Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, folks, depending from where you guys are joining in. How are you guys doing today? How's everyone doing? Are you guys excited for day two of your Cloud Mastermind? Yes? Lovely. Love the energy in the chat. Quick tech check, folks. You can see me and you can hear me clearly. Yes. So actually, Funny was a little under the weather, so he asked me to fill in as well. A quick intro about me, folks. I am a senior manager growth, and I'll be filling in today. My background is I did engineering, but soon after shifted into business as well. I've done my MBA, and I've been here since almost 1.5 years. So, folks, are we ready to start? Yes. Okay. So what the flow is going to be about is we're going to do a very quick recap about yesterday's sessions, and post that recap, we'll start with our sessions today. Yes? Okay. But while I also set up my system and I go through the recap, I can see a lot of you folks were there yesterday, but some of you guys were not there. So it's okay, do not worry. I'll still do a small recap for you. But before I do it, I want you guys also to do a recap. So tell me in the chat, what all do you remember from yesterday? What all did we cover yesterday? So I want you guys to put it in the chat. All right. Let me just set up. I hope you guys can see my screen. Okay, level 1 to level 3, GPT, Jerry, context engineering, prompt engineering, LLMs, Whisper, own toolkit. Yes, 5 layers, lovely. Data, Jerry, creating chatbots, agents, tasks, agents. All right. MCPs. All right. So you got some of you guys do remember what all you've covered, but I'll do a very quick revision so that for people who are not there also know what all we've covered. Okay. So a quick recap about everything that you've learned yesterday. We started. Okay, folks, I'm going to stop the chat now so that we can do a quick recap. All right. Lovely. It's good to see that you guys have been taking notes, and I hope you guys are ready again with your books, your pen, and taking screenshots as well. All right. We started with understanding how AI is transforming the way we work. Uh, why are we all here? Like, what is the reason behind you guys being in the mastermind? That is something we did cover, but for people who have joined in today, I want to know what is the reason that you joined this Cloud Mastermind? What motivated you that, you know what, I need to learn this and I want to join? Okay, someone mentioned AI journalist, upskilling to master AI, upskilling to learn more skills, to become a generalist. All right, lovely. I think that are the major reasons that everyone has joined as well. So, folks, what I could see is there are two sets of people. One are entrepreneurs, and second are working professionals. And irrespective of whoever you are, our main job is to become as an AI generalist, because we've seen the specialist kind of jobs are going away, and becoming generalist is what is today's era all about. So becoming those hustlers is what we are looking for. Yeah, the core jobs have been drastically changing. You could be a person in data, tech, product. For example, you are into tech, you've built your own product and you want to ship it tomorrow. Being an AI journalist means that you do not have to wait, you don't have to hire someone from marketing. You can go in other domains as well. Understanding all the other different domains with the help of AI is what is an AI generalist. You ship your product, you can market your product as well, and you don't have to hire anyone else. So that is what an AI generalist is, and that is where we are moving towards. And yes, the companies, how they've been working as well, have drastically changed. Before we used to like have a lot of people in the company, but now the number of people are reducing, but they are being replaced by AI agents. Now, I am not saying that the AI is going to take away your job. That is, whoever says that, I feel is wrong. What I believe is someone who understands AI better might take your job than AI taking your job. That is the difference. And becoming an AI journalist about being an orchestrator. Being an orchestrator means that you will be handling and working with various different agents at the same time, as you can see on the screen. But guess what? Guys, you want to guess how many AI models are out there? You want to guess how many AI models are out there? Because as an AI journalist, you need to understand how these models work, uh, and how many different are there, which one will work better for which one, for what particular tasks. Yeah, like all of you guys, some of you guys guessed it right? We have over 600 different models that are there. And I think so you guys went through Open Router also yesterday, right? So in Open Router, there are like, you can see around 500 plus models available there. Also, you can use the API key to talk to these, irrespective of whichever models are there. It could be your Claude from Anthropic, it could be your GPTs from OpenAI, it could be Gemini's, and a lot of others. Post that, we got into a couple of tools. We got into multi, where you can talk to these various models at the same time. So sometimes we are not sure about what kind of work will work better in which model. So that's where get multi comes in, where you can give a single prompt and talk to multiple models at the same time. Next we so first we got into how these LLMs work. All of us love ChatGPT, Claude, all of those things as well, right? When we talk to it, it gives us a response. But we also covered how it actually responds to us, how it works, like tokenization, embedding, transfer mechanism, prediction, and response generation. Tokens is important. Why? Because this is the currency of AI. The AI spends in terms of tokens, right? And whenever you send a message, the message gets converted into maybe your numeric tokens, and that's how the LLM also understands what you are talking to it. So this is what we went through yesterday. By chance you were not there, please take a screenshot. I will wait for exactly 5 seconds for you to take a screenshot, because this is an important starting. All right. All right, let's go ahead. So then we got into prompt engineering. The better you prompt, the better your outputs. So this is what even I believe, when you are writing proper prompts, even if you are just talking to another model, if you are doing vibe coding, if you are building agents, irrespective, prompt engineering, the better your prompt is, the better is the output. And we saw a specific prompt, but before we get into it, there are multiple prompting techniques that you might have gone through: zero shot prompting, few shot prompting, chain of thought, tabular, self-refined, diverse, and a lot of others. But the main one that we were talking about is called as the magic prompt. This magic prompt, I think so even OpenAI has spoken about it and has been saying that, rather promoting it, that these are kind of prompts you should write to get a better response, where you are setting the proper context. Because when you're setting a proper context with LLM, they are able to understand it better and able to reply to you better. Setting up the role, the task, the instructions, and data. So I'm going to wait another 2 seconds for you to take a screenshot if by chance you missed it yesterday. All right. I hope you guys have taken a screenshot. By the way, folks, if the chart is off, you can always react as well and mention that you've gone through it. All right. Then you build your own AI toolkit. Toolkit for research, productivity, slicing and dicing of data, and had some fun in terms of presentations as well. We started with Whisperflow. Whisperflow is that application on which you can have voice to text. Basically, whatever you're talking, it can transcribe it. Now you'll ask me that, hey, Karthik, we can also do it directly on maybe ChatGPT or Claude or some of those models. They have their voice to text. Why do we need Whisperflow? Because this helps in not just a few models. It can be used anywhere. You can use it maybe on Slack, Discord, on WhatsApp as well, or any other models which may not have that feature. That's where Whisperflow comes. And when you talk to these models. It's easier rather than typing, I feel, because it's like you're talking to a friend, but it's just that you're pressing a button and talking, and it also transcribing everything that you do. That's why Whisperflow really, really helps. Next, we went into Gemini. We have seen the productivity. You can actually go and also see how well Gemini is doing in terms of image generations as well. We got into Claude. Yes, we'll do a little more today in Claude as well, but how data works in terms of Claude. Then we got into Fireflies. Again, that's a note taker which can join the meetings for you, summarize the meetings for you. You can ask questions to it based on the meeting. It has an agent called Fred, which you can talk to directly after your meetings. Fort AI, this is your one platform for photo shoot. Yes, for all the people who are into being a creator, the things have become much simpler and much streamlined than what they used to be before. You saw Supergrow as well, the one platform which can help you not just write for you, but also, write like you. That is what Supergrow was. Then we got into Perplexity for research basis, and we got into the deep research of Perplexity. But that was not all. We also looked into Gemini and ChatGPT's deep research, as Perplexity is not just the one where you can do deep research anymore. Then we got saw Happenstance. This is a platform where you can actually network and connect with not just the people that you know, but even their friends. So this is a large AI platform, I would say, which is great for, especially for example, you are looking for a job and you have a network, but because of Happenstance, you can also connect with your networks, right? That helps you connect with them properly and yes, grow together. So this is a very great platform if you've not heard about it already. And numerous AI, so folks who are working with the data on a daily basis in terms of spreadsheet sheets, all of those things. Numerous AI really helps in creating tables and writing the formulas. So it is one of the best in terms of data. You don't have to write those formulas manually anymore. You have numerous in it. You tell it, it will write it for you. Then yes, we got into Suno. We had some fun. We played around a little bit in terms of music. Uh, and yeah, if you guys also want, you can go and start creating your own music and sharing with your loved ones. So lastly, we got into building advanced chat GPTs. And yes, you can also do it with custom GPTs. You can do it with Gemini gems. That is something that we got into. But for that, we did something called as a markdown prompting. When you do in building a custom GPT, setting up context. I told you about context engineering. Setting up context is super important. Over here, you can give the name, description, writing a instruction. Instruction, you're giving the detailed prompt, creating menus, uploading info knowledge base. So what you wanted to go and check when you are asking it questions, or what you wanted to do when you are asking it, what you're asking it to do, that is where your knowledge base will come into place. And yes, you can also mention in your instructions that by chance a question is asked, which is not in your knowledge base, to answer in a certain way. So yes, this is something that we got into. Now for the markdown prompting, folks, take a screenshot while I'll explain it to you very quickly. This is a structure output which is much easier for the LLM to understand. We set up the role, objective, what is the context, 2 to 3 different instructions depending upon what you're building, and also notes. And yes, folks, when you, like I mentioned, when you prompt better, your outputs, your results are better. That is where the markdown prompting comes into existence. So, a lot of you guys mentioned about the 5 levels that we got into. Yes, we covered those 5 levels as well. And today we are going to focus a little more in terms of level 4 and level 5 as well. We'll be doing vibe coding. You will be seeing in terms of session that vibe coding is not just like for building MVPs anymore. You can go much ahead. You can add more and more features, but an MVP is where you're adding the main features for it, checking it out if it's working for you, and then scaling it ahead. And yes, then we'll be getting in terms of automations post lunch, where we'll use N10, which is one of the best platforms out there in terms of automations. And yes, you can locally host it as well. So, folks, before we start, quick reminder to take down notes and screenshots. You have AI companion, by chance you drop off and join in again. You miss something, use the Zoom AI companion to ask the questions that about summarizing what has done so far or what you've missed so far. Be respectful and kind. Please do not spam the chat and do not share any external links. By chance you spam or share any external links on the chat, my team will be forced to kick you out. All right. Have trust and patience, folks. All mentors have their own way of teaching. So go through it, because trust me, even if you know a little bit from before, there will be a certain percentage that will be new to you. So be patient and have trust. And lastly, folks, challenge yourself. So whatever you learn today, you have to also practice. Because in terms of any tech or any generative AI, you will never truly learn it till you practice it yourself as well. So I'll share a resource link. I think it was shared yesterday also, but I'll also share it in the next couple of minutes in the chat, where we'll have everything that you need. So, folks, are you ready to start with day two? Are you guys excited? Do you guys want to get into day two and start with live coding? Yes? Lovely. I love the energy in the chat. So, folks, can we have a very warm welcome to Dilip? And can we write welcome Dilip in the chat, who is the head of AI initiatives and programs at Outskill? And he's helped thousands of people in terms of learning, in terms of generative AI. And yes, he's been a personal mentor to me as well. Welcome, Dilip. How are you doing?
Hello, hello. How are you all doing? Are we doing good today? All right,
Lee?
good. So let's get started. Can you make me co-host, please?
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay, so I just pause the chat, right? And we will get started. Give me a second, I'm just adjusting a few things.
While Dilip is setting it up, folks, I've shared the resources, the resource link here. This is what you will need for everything. Session notes, workbooks, everything, we will add it over here itself. And during the break, I will also take you through it once again so that you know what needs to be done. All right, Dilip, over to you.
Cool. Thanks. I hope everybody is able to see the screen, able to hear me well. Yes, no? Able to see the screen, able to hear me well? All right, cool. So let's go. So what we're going to learn today is the concept of vibe coding. Okay, so now there is a lot of misnomer about vibe coding, where the definition that people keep having about vibe coding is that I can build applications without a single line of code. Okay, so this is what people think vibe coding is, but there is a subtle variation over here. And the subtle thing which I want to address is you build applications without you writing a single line of code. Okay, so there is a subtle difference. Like the AI writes the code for you. You cannot build applications without writing code. Either you or somebody has to write the code. Here in this case, AI writes code for you. Okay, so you will be using AI to write code. So how do you think about writing code, or how do you think about this entire process? You should look at AI as the very smart developer who just joined. Okay, AI is a super smart developer who just joined, and you are, trying to kind of, give the context. Okay, I'll tell you most of the times what is happening inside vibe coding, why people are frustrated with vibe coding. So sometimes people treat vibe coding like they treat Swiggy. They open the app, they search, keep on browsing the restaurants, and they don't find what they like. Okay. Has anybody faced the situation where you are going to Zomato, you are going to Swiggy, you are going to a food app, or you are browsing on Amazon and you don't find what you like? Has anybody faced this? You are scrolling on and on and on, and you kind of not able to find what you like. Okay. The problem is that it is not that the options are not there. The problem is you don't have clarity on what to eat. Okay. You don't have clarity on what to eat. That's why you keep endlessly scrolling, right? This is a psychological problem that you face whenever you are using this app. Similarly, when vibe coding, you don't have clarity on what to build. Okay. It is like going to the chef and asking, make me something interesting. Okay. Now, for the chef point of view, what is interesting is very different from what you find interesting. Excuse me. So, for the chef, what they find interesting is very different from what you find interesting. So, how do you tell the chef? Right? Instead of saying, make me something interesting, you are very clear what you want to eat and you give that complex order, right? Like those kind of people at coffee shops. Hey, I want a coffee with a latte, with coconut milk, with a dash of honey substituted for sugar, etc. How many of you have seen these kind of people ordering coffees at shops where they say latte, coconut milk, and they're very, 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 very specific with what they want? Okay. So with vibe coding, you have to be that level of specific. You should be able to tell exactly what you require in your dish or in your coffee, and then that will be served in the exact manner that you specify. Okay. Now, imagine this scenario. You asked for a coffee and the barista prepared the coffee and gave you. Then you say, no, no, no. I instead of normal milk, I want almond milk. Okay. Now your coffee is already there. So then they try to either you have to place a new order or you have to live with the order you have given. Okay. So clarity becomes very, very important. And I'll give you one more example behind clarity. Suppose you are building a house. Okay. Now you are designing the house. At the design stage, do you think you can make as many changes as you want? Let me know in the chat. On the design stage of building the house, can you make as many changes as possible? Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Design time, because the architect is doing, you can say, I want this, I want that, etc., etc. You can make as many design changes as possible. Now, the building of the house has started, the pillars have risen, the ceiling is set up. Then you got a brainwave, why don't I do this? Do you think you can make any changes then? Like you say, okay, I want to swap bedroom and living room, the architecture. I want to make these changes. I want to make those changes. Can you make those changes? No, right? That is exactly the problem that we face at vibe coding, wherein people build it to some extent and then they have a brainwave, and in the half-built house, they try to make changes. Then what happens in that half-built house when you make changes? AI will try to accommodate and make those changes, but that house is not a house that you could live in. That is exactly what happens in vibe coding. So the way we will do it is we will do a process where we set up a super strong blueprint before we build. Okay, before we build a super strong blueprint before we build, so that when you have the blueprint of the house, you can then you say that, okay, I approve the blueprint, now go ahead and make the house. At the blueprint stage, you can make as many changes as possible. Okay, now in this process, there are two cases. One is you want to build a website. Second case, I want to build a web application and web app. We will see both the cases. We will look at how you can build websites with AI and how you can build web applications also with AI. We will see both the cases. And what I will do is I will teach you frameworks of how you can build effective blueprint. How can I build an effective blueprint for my website so that when I build the website, it is all going to be great? How can I build an effective blueprint from my web application so that when I give the specification, it is well to do? What are those key terms you need to remember when you are giving those prompts, and what are the things you need to do? Okay, that's what we are going to go ahead and do that. In the website also, what we will do is we will do two versions. One version is we will improve an existing website. We will improve an existing website. Second version is we will build from scratch. Both have slightly different ways to handle it. When you do improving the website, the way we think about it is slightly different from building from scratch. Okay, so first we will learn how to improve an existing website, and then we will build an improvement of an existing website, and then we'll build from scratch. That is what we are going to do for the next 1 hour. After that, we will spend a good 45 minutes to 1 hour on building a complete web application from scratch. Okay, so let's get started. So the first use case of the day is improving an existing website. Okay, let us take this problem statement and we'll solve it. Now, let me know in the chat, what do you mean by improving an existing website? What are your thoughts on improving an existing website according to you? Let me know your thoughts. Improving an existing website. Okay, UI, UX, SEO, quality, so on and so forth. Okay, awesome. So let me kind of summarize what you all were saying. You were saying on improving an existing website, you were saying that I need to improve the layout, I need to improve the UI UX, I need to improve some SEO, I need to add image, data, so on and so forth. But these are all cosmetic changes. Okay, these are all cosmetic changes. What do I actually mean by improving a existing website? So that let us go one level below and ask this fundamental question: what is a website for? Okay, what is the fundamental need or the fundamental thing a website does? Okay, think about it and let me know in the chat, what does a website actually do? So when you come to a website, what do you think the website is making you do? Okay, branding, okay, information, promotion, right? That is exactly what it does. Okay, so what a website for is branding, but branding is very, very difficult to measure. So we need something which can be measured properly. Then the next thing people are saying is information. And some people have actually nailed it, where it is to capture your details. It will ask you email or some phone number, etc., capturing your details so that they can send you further communication or make you buy something. So the website is already selling something, give you product information and make you buy something overall. Now, capturing the details. This is something I can measure. Like out of 100 people visiting my website, how many people are giving the email? That could be a great measure. I can measure this properly. Buying something. Out of 100 people who visit my website, how many people are actually buying something? I can measure that properly. Right? So that's what you can measure, and what gets measured can be improved. Everybody following this so far? This is a very, very important part of this discussion. What gets measured is what gets improved. So either you measure how many people are giving their email and how many people are buying something, right? So that's what we are trying to measure. Okay. So now let us take the example of the Outskill website only, and let us try to improve Outskill website in this session itself. I will improve the Outskill website. Okay. Now to improve the Outskill website, what do I need to do? Let's go step by step. First, I need clarity. I need clarity on what is the one thing I want my user to do on my website. What is the one thing I want my user to do on my website? That is exactly what I would like to optimize for, and that is where I will improve the website completely. Okay. So for me, my improvement would be I want users to sign up for the free mastermind or workshop. I want users to sign up for the free mastermind over here. And that is what I would like to kind of push my user to do. Because the more people attend the mastermind, the more visibility I get as a brand. And of course, later on, I might get sales, but that is secondary. Primarily, I want more branding. Okay, so that I want to improve the sign up for the free mastermind. So what I call this entire process is, out of 100 people, if 5 people are attending or signing up for the free mastermind, I call this as my conversion rate. Conversion rate is 5%. If out of 100 people, 5 people are signing up for the mastermind, I call this conversion rate. And if I want to increase this from 5% to 10%, the things I do to get this increase is called conversion rate optimization. So I'm doing conversion rate optimization when I'm increasing this from 5% to 10%. Out of 100 people, 5 people are signing up for the free mastermind. I want to take it to 10 people signing up for the free mastermind. And that is the conversion rate optimization that I want to achieve. Okay. Is the goal clear what I'm trying to do? I want to increase my mastermind signups, which is currently at 5% to 10%. Okay. Clear, everybody? Yeah. Awesome. So now that I have understood that the conversion rate optimization needs to increase from 5% to 10%, let me now walk you through a process of building the blueprint for changes in the website. Okay. So I call it the C2R2 framework of building the blueprint. I'll mention the steps first. I will demonstrate the steps and then I will recap the steps for you. Number one is capture the website. Number two, critique the website. Number three, redesign the website. Number four, rebuild the website. So first capture the website, critique the website, redesign the website, and then rebuild the complete website. Okay. So now at each stage, I'm going to, go ahead and, build out this entire thing. So step number one, to capture the website, I will go to outskill.com. Okay. There is a free extension called Go Full Page. Go Full Page is a free Chrome extension which I can use to take a screenshot of the entire website. So let me use Go Full Page. To take the complete screenshot of the website. Okay, I have taken this full screenshot of the website. Now I will download it. Okay, I have now downloaded the website. Good. So now that I have downloaded this entire website, I will go to the next step, which is to critique the website. So to critique the website, I will need to take the help of a large language model. I can use ChatGPT, I can use Claude, I can use Gemini, anything is possible. For today, I will stick to Claude. So I'll go to claude.ai. Okay. And because I am trying to, do a critique, I will maybe go for Opus 4.8 because it will do a very good job at my critique. Okay. So first I will attach the files. I am now attaching the files. Okay. I have attached the files. Now I will give the prompt. Act as a conversion rate optimization expert and give me a critique on the chat of my Outskill website. Basically, currently, I have out of 100 people visiting the website, only 5 people are signing up for the Generative AI Mastermind. I want to take this to 10 people signing up for the Generative AI Mastermind. Tell me in the critique what I need to change in terms of the design, the copy, the elements, UI, UX, everything, and give me like a proper critique on what needs to be done to take this conversion percentage from 5% to 10%. Take a quick change. Yeah, everything is fine. And I will ask it to go ahead and do it. So now what Claude will do is it will now think in terms of what are the changes that need to be done. Okay. What are the critical changes that need to be done overall? All right. So give me a second. I'll just come back in a moment. So what's happening over here is it is now examining every version of the website and then figuring out what are the changes that need to be done. And because I'm using the Opus models, it is taking a bit of a time in doing that analysis. So you have to give it that 2-3 minutes of time. You can use a Sonnet model here. It will do the analysis quicker, but it will not go into that level of depth that you might require. So here, because you are making a very important change, you will need to use a model like Opus so that it can go deeper. Okay. So right now it is thinking of multiple things overall, and it's always a good thing to kind of check what is it thinking with respect to the different things overall. You see what it is doing is it is checking on the basic benchmarks on typical traffic, and it is now trying to give it the exact thing needed to kind of change the website. So we are doing the complete critique end to end. Okay. So it is now giving me the complete understanding of what is missing, why it dominates. The sign up model, the sign up page is not properly visible. The funnel or scroll data, right? There is some problem, right? Then mobile, the screenshots are desktop. Most of the traffic is mobile. The mobile form and first screen are the real conversion surface. So it has figured out that my mobile design also has to be very good. Okay, so it has now given multiple critique based on what are the main changes that need to be done completely, the UI, UX, and the elements. Okay, and it is giving me the complete critique of what changes I need to make for my website. Okay, so what I have done is I captured the website with Go full page. Okay, then I critique the website with Claude Opus. Okay, I have critiqued the website with Claude Opus. Now I will ask Opus only to look at the critique and do a complete redesign of the website. Okay, so I'll ask Claude Opus to do like a complete redesign of the website. So I will say, incorporate your critique and give me in Markdown the new design of my complete website along with the copy and the brand elements. So now I'm saying you did the critique. Now, since you pointed out the issues, now you incorporate those and write for me the complete copy. So now Claude will think back and what I had critique and kind of write me the full copy that is needed. So it is going to incorporate this critique and kind of give me in Markdown the new design of my complete website. Few more minutes before it kind of completes this out. And whenever you're working with this, you should always look at the way it is thinking so that you know exactly how AI is thinking in terms of what it is trying to do. Anytime you find that it is deviating from your thought process, you can, in the next prompt, you can kind of bring it back on track. This is a very underrated tip. Not many people do this, but if you are able to really go through this, right, it will get it, the amount of expertise you get in prompting will increase like anything. Okay, folks, are we following till now so far? Everything is good, right? What I'm doing is I have taken the understanding, I have done the critique, and now doing the spec. Okay, right. See, you will get notes. So in that, you will get the prompts used roughly as to what was done. So don't worry about that. So now the entire design is getting done end to end. Okay, if you see the complete this thing, it is now building for me the markdown file. So you'd have learned markdown prompting. That is the exact same thing we have been trying to do. A little bit of patience till we kind of get to this thing. I'm demonstrating it in Opus just to show you that you can go very deep. After this, whatever we do, I will do it in Sonnet just for the sake of speed. But if I were to do any kind of website design, I will always try to do it with Opus. Okay, so now it is building for me the complete markdown overall. So it will take a good 2-3 minutes for me to build that out. Okay, so after I do the redesign, there are a few more things that I'm going to do, especially on the rebuild part. I will need to kind of use different tools for my rebuild. And in this case, I will use two tools. One is Google AI Studio, and the other one would be I will use Lovable. Okay, Lovable is a paid tool. Google AI Studio is a free tool. Okay, so I will show you both the things. But in Google AI Studio, if you want to host your website, there you'll have to pay some amount and try to do that later on. On Lovable, it is much more easy to host your website. Okay, one thing, I'm only building the basic version of the website. I am not building the backend, etc., all that. I'm just building the basic version. On the backend part, we will come to it when we're building the web application. I'll talk about how you can design a simple backend for any of your applications. But right now, it is out of scope. Okay, so first application that I'm going to use is called aistudio.google.com. So where you can build any kind of ideas that are available. Okay, and here what I can do is, if you look at the settings on the right hand side, you can decide on which which model you can use. Okay, so we can use the Google Gemini 3.5 Flash, which is a decent model, which can do much of the work. And then you have got Lovable, where you can build multiple applications so that you can work with different, kind of things. So Lovable is a paid application. Okay, so let me just mention the pricing of Lovable. Okay. So this is the usage that has been done with respect to the this thing. So you will see this. Okay. So we are on the plan which uses like $100. That is 100 credits, which is $25 plan. Okay. So for 100 credits, $25 plan is what we are kind of trying to use. So if you look at the the pricing, one credit equals $0.25. Okay, $0.25 is roughly 25 rupees. So now whatever we do, we will look at the amount of credits we have exhausted and how much have we spent. We will be able to figure it out. Okay, so that is how we should do. So just to recap, Google AI Studio is free. Lovable is paid. It works on a credit system, and one credit is approximately $0.25 or around 25 INR. Okay, roughly, not exact, roughly. Okay, so we will keep this as the thing, and whatever we build, we will try to check how much amount is kind of building. Now let's go over here. We have the complete landing page redesign. It has given with the proof bar, what you will build, what are the things, etc. and all that. Okay. So it has built for you everything neatly. Now, here is a tip for vibe coding. Whenever you build the first version, always try to build an expanded version. Don't give any restriction. After that, you put the restriction. Okay. So now what I'll do is I will say convert this design into a prompt. I can copy paste into platforms like Lovable and Google AI Studio and build this website. So now I'll say convert this design into a prompt so that I can copy paste into platforms like Lovable and Google AI Studio and build this website. There you go. So now what it will do is it will take this redesign and convert it into the no-code platform prompt. So essentially, it will take this big redesign markdown that it has built and convert it into a small, concise prompt that we can use for building our anything. Okay. Till now, we have not built it. Okay. If you observe, we have not built a single thing. The amount of effort we are putting right now is on making the blueprint rock solid. When your blueprint is rock solid, your building becomes super easy. If your blueprint is not proper, you will always be struggling with trying to get the basic understanding of what is happening, and when things go wrong, it becomes very difficult for you to kind of reconcile with them. So that's why it is always good to spend more time on the blueprint. Okay, this is the tip for getting work not just out of Claude but any platform for AI. The more you plan, the more clarity you give, the more you refine and you bring it closer to what is in your head, you will get the best possible output. But if you are not bringing it close to what you are looking for, the output that you're trying to get will be messed up. So that is what you should ensure that you are doing at the end of the day. Okay, so now it is trying to build us that entire prompt. Few more things to remember when you are working with this. If you already have an existing website and you are very sure that these are the things you should not change, tell it upfront what you don't want to change. Otherwise, it will work as if everything it is going to build from scratch. Okay, so now you look at this, it has made the complete Outskill Mastermind build prompt. Okay, so I'll copy the prompt right now. I will go to AI Studio first. So we will build it both in parallel and see which one comes first. Okay, so I have given the complete this thing. Extract the assets from outskill dot. So whatever assets it requires, extract the assets from outskill.com. I will mention this and I'll say build. Okay, so now it has taken the complete prompt and it will start building. So what it'll do next is it will generate a theme for us, a theme that we need to select. Important for us to that. In the meanwhile, I'll put the same prompt inside Lovable and I'll say extract the assets and other information from outscale.com. Okay. Now, what would happen? Practically, I'll tell you. Sometimes I have found that Lovable AI Studio are not so great in getting the dates part of it. So you might see dates in the past, dates too much into the future. That is typically the problem that we face. But you can, later on change it or do it, make those changes later on. So that is very much possible. Okay, so now it has given you some design previews, professional polish, elegant dark, sophisticated dark, immersive UI, and artistic flair. So I like elegant dark. So I will go with elegant dark. So I'll select this design. So now it has picked up that elegant dark design and it will start building the website for us. Similarly here it will not, try to give us that. It will start working on the layout and start building it directly. So that is how Lovable and this one are different. So let us first check on how many credits were done. So 100 are left. Okay. So whatever we are using right now, we will come to know how many credits we have actually used. Okay. We have used around 100 credits over here. Sorry, 100 credits are left. Let us look at how many credits this website building will take us through. The other part you need to understand is, for example, in the prompt, right? If you actually go through the prompt, it has some items where you don't even understand what is happening. Like, for example, CSS variables, you don't know what it is, right? Headings display space grotesque. You don't know what this font means, right? Tasteful dark. You might understand, you might not understand. Okay. And if you kind of keep going down, it will, kind of give you a few more things where it is little technical. You don't understand what it is meaning. Okay. It is okay. Right. Even if it is technical, it is completely okay for you to understand, not being able to understand overall. For example, it is saying use React plus Tailwind. Now, what is it? You don't know. Mobile first, that you know that it has to be mobile first and responsible, right? So you might not understand everything, but what you need to understand is you have given the clarity of what you require. AI is building it out for you. Okay, you can see here, it is now building out the complete code for your website end to end. Similarly, here also, it is building out the complete website. I think it's more or less done. And there you go. Right? So here is the website. Most AI courses leave you with notes. This one leaves you with things you built, free mastermind. Then by Sunday night, you'll have this yourself. 2 days, here is the plan. So it is saying placeholder, placeholder, placeholder. So it has not really extracted. Okay. So now I will say scrape outskill.com and fill the placeholders. So now I'm saying to actually scrape outskill.com and fill the scrape holder. So now it is going to go to the website and scrape it. So now it is fetching the outskill.com. It is scraping the website so that whatever information we want, it is going to get that information properly. Okay, so level one of our website is done. We are now trying to, kind of elevate it a little bit. This one is on the free plan. So on the free plan itself, it is building. So it is taking a bit more time. But usually what I found is this also gives decent output. Okay, so how many we have used? 2 credits we have used so far. Okay, so out of 100, we have used 2 credits. That's what we have done. So we can, till now, this website, what we have built, we use 2 credits. That is almost $0.5 or around 50 rupees INR. Okay, so now it is working. It is trying to fill the placeholders with the data. So it is fetching the instructor data and bunch of things. It will update all the content. Here also it is building. It will take some time. So the most of the part in vibe coding is this patient waiting. You give the prompt, you give the understanding, and then you wait very, very patiently until unless you are getting this output. There you go. It has actually filled the this thing. Okay, so it has filled the complete, the entire schedule. Then who taught it? It is kind of it didn't really pick up for the proper people, but that's okay. We can do the fix later on. Okay, right. So I will say the instructors section is wrong. Populate with KVS delete and Vaibhav Sucinti or now. Okay. And if you actually look at the save free seed, you will come to the name and email at the bottom. And when you say save the free seed, that information would be there. So anything that I require, anything that I need to make change, I just have to talk to it in English. Okay, and then how do I publish the website? Very simple. There is once this is done, right, you will be able to publish it overall. So let us look at the instructors part. Where are the instructors? Yeah, so it has picked up Vibos, SNT, and KBS Dilip. Of course, the problem is it is say that it's co-founder. I'm not a co-founder over here. So those changes you will need to make overall. In fact, you can quickly make those changes right away. Okay. For example, I will say any change I need to make. For example, here, I'll just do this. I will say here, and what I'll say is, I'll say founding or early team at replace co-founder. Okay, so I'm actually trying to make the changes and update the thing over here. So this one is very simple. So here, if I want to make those changes, I can click the element and change it completely. Okay, there you go. It has made the thing from early team overall. Right? Now the website is ready. I want to publish it for the world. So I will click on publish. And when I click on publish, I can, it will use build aiseed.lovable.app as the website URL, and I can publish it for the world. If I want to add a custom URL domain like outskill.com, I will say add custom domain, and here I will have to connect an existing domain or add a custom domain overall. Okay, so that is how I can actually make this website live. Okay, let us check on Google where it has come. So Google also is done. So it has built this thing. So when I click on save this thing, the pop-up is coming where I can put the name and the work email. Okay, and here also there are placeholders, and I can ask it to pick the placeholders and figure it out. So I'll say scrape outskill.com and fill the placeholders. Now, this is entirely free generation, but if I want to publish, okay, I open publish, then I will have to connect it to the Google, this thing overall, okay? So wherein I will have to connect to the Google, I'll have to connect to the GCP, which is their publishing engine. There is a little bit of complex workflow over there. That's why I'm not going to get into it, but you can try it out yourself. But for publishing your website live, you need to have some Google Cloud credits. Basically, you need to connect to the Google Cloud. And then when you connect to the Google Cloud, this entire website will be hosted there and you will get a URL. Okay, similar to what it is on Lovable. So because Lovable is a paid one and it is optimized for non-coders, the entire process becomes much easier. Okay, so to recap the process, what we have done, we capture the website with Go Full Page, then we critique the website with Claude Opus, then we redesign the website with Claude Opus again, then you make the prompt, then you rebuild the website on Google AI Studio or Lovable. And in Lovable, what we have seen is we have used almost with the changes we have made, we have used almost like 7 credits, roughly 7 credits. So 7 credits means that you have in a way used $1.25 or around 150 to 200 rupees on an average. Okay. Now, if you were to go to a professional agency to build websites, think about how much they would charge to build a website like this versus you being able to build it yourself according to your specifications. Okay. That's the, kind of leverage that AI gives you. Right? Folks, are we following so far? Did we understand how to improve an existing website? Yeah. Awesome. So now that we have understood the existing website, we will now go into building a new website from scratch. Okay, I will show you a framework, a different blueprint of how you can build a new website from scratch. Okay, now this one, I can do it in Lovable also, but I will show you one more way to do it, which could be pretty interesting. Okay, so for that, I will require your inputs. Give me some ideas on what kind of website you want me to build. Okay, what is the website from scratch you want me to build? Give me some ideas. Okay, I'm looking for something very uh, cool. I got my idea. Okay, so I want to, go for a very new age gym website. Okay, we will try to build a new age gym website right now, and we will see how we will get there. Okay, so the first process you will have to do is you will need to take some very good gym websites as a reference. Okay, so you need to go and take some websites as a reference from where you will construct your own design. So for that, I go to Perplexity and I'll say I am trying to build a website from my own gym. And this is not just a typical gym for training. It is like holistic wellness with, no fluff kind of training. We don't recommend our own protein, etc., and all that. We don't push products. Whatever we say will be science backed with the truth and everything. That is the kind of positioning we want to take. No false promises and a very limited number of memberships. We won't overcrowd the gym, etc. Now, can you also give me existing websites of aesthetic gyms that are present in India as well as abroad? So I want to kind of get some idea of references of examples of aesthetic gyms, little premium club overall. So private performance and wellness studio, like more than a mass market gym. That is exactly what I am looking for. Okay. And it has given me some, this thing. I will skip cult.fit because it is very well known. So I will go to Nitro. Okay. Then I'll look at Aura. Okay. I don't like Nitro. It's bad. Aurum is decent, a little bit better. Okay, I'll keep Aurum. Let me look at other ones. Okay, Fit Club is also decent, not very bad. Okay, I will, try to take these as an inspiration. Now I have two paths to take. Okay, if I like Aurum or Fit Club, I can use them, or I can try to build my own thing from scratch. Right now, I will try to pick these both as understanding because I am not a designer, so I don't know exactly how it will work. So I will use these as a reference. So I will capture the screenshot of Aurum. Okay, let me download it. Then I will take screenshot of Fit Club with Go Full Page. I'll download it. Now I will go into Claude. Completely new chat. I'll go to Sonnet so that we can do this a little faster, but ideally I will do it in Opus. I will attach the screenshots I have taken. So the screenshots that I have taken, right, I will attach those screenshots. So I have attached the screenshot of Fit Club as well as Aurum Fitness. And now I will say, I am designing a holistic wellness aesthetic luxury level gym with the positioning of no fluff training, no gimmicks, honest advice on becoming more healthy. Not like, okay, I will get you six packs or I'll build muscle, etc. For everybody, what is the pure health wise routine that needs to be done? That is the positioning I want to take. And I don't want to overcrowd the gym. I will take memberships as an invite only. So we will do an interview first and then only accept the membership of the people. So I want it to be a premium aesthetic community where people really enjoy getting healthy. That is the kind of thing I want to build. I have given two aesthetics overall. Look at the aesthetic. There is no compulsion that you have to choose that aesthetic only, but understand those and try to build that brand aesthetic for me. You can also interview me and ask me clarifying questions. Okay. So now I am saying that I'm designing a holistic level gym website. Okay, just I am dumping my ideas. Okay, I am not giving a very sophisticated prompt overall. I am just dumping the ideas. Okay, so now it has asked me questions. Let me answer those. For me, the anti-customer is someone who wants to lose weight extremely quickly and just wants results in like a month or two. We are here for the long game. So while this is for everybody, right? It is for people who are serious. What we do is the interview is meant for exactly telling what we stand for, what we can do, what we cannot do. See that the expectation is properly matching, and then only admit members. On the brand feel, I would like to go with a serious training space with no nonsense, but feels like a hardcore community where people enjoy getting healthy together. Name of the gym, suggest me some names based on what I have given. Right now, I would like to start in Bangalore and then I will expand later on. The interview will actually screen for basically the mindset, the goals, the commitment level, and there's a mutual understanding of what we can do and what we cannot do. It is the honest health thing we want to do instead of pushing people to upgrade and take subscription, etc. This will also, for now, it is purely gym plus personal training. Nutrition wise, we will try to provide it later on, but currently only this. So I have given my complete understanding. And what I have done is I have dictated everything. So it is like I am, kind of conversing with this AI and, I am conversing with my designer to give them the brief. So name options are bedrock, stratum, nucleus, core, and axiom. Okay, slightly warmer community leaning, common ground, the practice, constant. I like constant. Constant is like consistency over kind of intensity. I like constant, right? I like constant. And the strategic tension to resolve before we touch design. The website's job is to make sure the right persons apply, right? So it is saying both sites you shared fail this. Our Aurum is dark and moody. Fit Club is aggressive athlete energy. So your gap in the market is serious plus welcoming to the committed amateur. Okay. So, I like constant. Suggest me the design direction you feel. I am open. Right? What I'm doing is I'm opening up my process and exactly telling how I would do this website build from scratch. Okay, so design direction of constant, restrained brutalism, not cold, not aggressive. Think serious editorial meets training space. The visual language should look like this. The typography is like this. The layout principles is like this. Right? And this is what to do. Okay. I have built out the basic design direction. Now, what I'll do is I will switch gears and go into another tool of Claude. By the way, this is a paid tool of Claude. If I want to go with the free version, again, the next steps, what I'll do could be I will ask Claude to write the copy and then I will put it in Lovable, which will build it for me, right? I can do that. I will show both of the versions right now, but I want to get started on another path. So this is a new tool called Claude.ai/design, wherein I can actually build a complete design system from scratch. Okay, so I will say design system, I will say create. Okay, so I will say create here. Then I will say company name is constant and the blurb is this. I won't give any other information, etc. I just given what Claude has given, and I'll say continue to generation. Here, what I'm doing is I'm using Claude Design to actually set up the design system for this new website, this new brand called Constant that I'm trying to build. Okay, brand name Constant, and I'll continue to generation. So I will say generate. Okay, so let this generate the design system. We will come back in between and check out what is happening. In the meanwhile, I will say build me the full website copy in Markdown along with design. So I'll do two ways. One, I will do it on Lovable and I'll do it on Claude Design so that you can see the comparison of Claude Design versus Lovable. Okay, so what have we done so far in the new website from scratch? First, we did a basic research and found reference examples for the kind of website you wanted to build. Capture the two websites with a go full page. Then ask Claude to come with a design direction with the two as references. Now you might ask me a question, can I use 3 examples, 4 examples, 5 examples? What will happen is if you give more and more examples, it will become like a khichdi or too many cooks will spoil the broth. Okay, so give it like max 2 references so that Claude can look at the reference and based on what you want to build, it will tell what elements to choose, what elements not to choose, or build something from scratch. Give Claude that level of freedom. So I can ask Claude to come up with a design with this 2 as reference, and then I will take the design direction and I will use Claude Design to build out the new design direction for me, or I will use Claude and then I will use Love, like in the previous version. Okay, that's what we have done. For website from scratch, you will have to take reference websites and work with Claude to kind of build out this entire picture for yourself. Okay, it is still building out the design system. That is okay. Let us look at here. Okay, so it has built the basic website copy right now. Okay, it has given the complete prototype itself. Now for this prototype, what I'll do is very simple. I will download this file. Okay, so I will download this file onto my desktop. Okay, go to Lovable. Again, look at it. We are at 93.8 credits. So you'll have to measure how many credits we have used in this process. I will attach the file that I have done. So I have taken the file which I have downloaded, attached the file. I have attached the prototype of my constant gym website that I want to build. take a look at the prototype and try to make a very good version with proper UI UX aesthetic, and follow the design palette, but make it look better overall. And I'll ask it to build. So God has given me the prototype, and I can load the prototype and ask Lovable to kind of build the entire website for me, which is like a complete, understanding. So it is look design and the UX options, and then figure out what needs to be done. So it is trying to refine the visuals and UX polish underway. Okay, let's check here what's happening. So this will take some time. We can give it some time overall, right? But this is exactly how you would build out a website from scratch. Okay, so if you have some website design ideas, this is the complete process of building the website from scratch. Again, 80% of your work was on blueprint. What is my reference? What do I want to build? What is my positioning? If that part is clear, you will get a very solid blueprint that you will build. If that is not clear, you will not be able to build a solid website at all. Okay. Folks, are we clear as to how we can build websites from scratch? Okay. Earlier, I showed you how do you improve an existing website. And now I have now shown you how I can build a complete website from scratch. Okay. Awesome. So now that you have seen how you can do this, let me set up the foundations for the next segment, which is the web application. By that time, the website should be done and we can see the website as they happen. Okay. Now, at this point in time, you will need to understand some few fundamentals. And those fundamentals are something to do with what is front end and what is back end. Okay, I will explain this with an example. Okay, let us assume that you are in a movie theater and you are watching a movie. Okay, and for this movie, you purchased a ticket and then you are watching this movie inside theaters. The movie is like 2 to 3 hours in length, sometimes could be even more. Okay, but this is typically the movie that you watch. What you need to understand is for this movie that you watch in the theater, there is a lot of background process that happens to bring that movie to life. For example, while shooting the movie, there is a group of people who kind of manage the call sheet of actors. If 5 actors have to be present, those 5 actors have to be free on that particular day and come to the shooting scene and shoot their portions. If a single scene is being shot across multiple days, they have to ensure that they look the same and the continuity is maintained. For example, in one first half of the scene, the character has beard. Second half of the scene, the person is clean shaven. Right? It cannot work that way. So you have to ensure that you are able to understand that thoroughly and able to really, really get uh, clear on what the process needs to happen. And for that, we have the assistant directors and production controllers who kind of manage the logistics of the shooting. Then for every 2 to 3 hours movie, you shoot like good 150 to 200 hours of footage, which is stored in like a vault. Why? Because every scene has multiple takes and every scene has multiple cameras. So I've got 150 to 200 hours of footage, which is shot. Then I have editing team, which works on this 150 to 200 hours of footage in your vault and then edits it into a 2 to 3 hour session. Okay, so I have the editor who is working on this. Then I have third-party services. What do I mean by third-party services? Not every part of movie production is owned by the studio. Some part of it they outsource. One of the major parts they outsource is VFX. Okay, so there are companies like DNEG. Okay, there are companies like DNEG, Industrial Light and Magic, which focus which kind of work completely on the VFX of a movie. Okay, so these are the kind of things. And now I know the question in the back of your mind. If you are talking about front and back end, about product building, why are you talking about movies? So now I will type both. Like in a movie, the part of the movie you access in theaters, the part of the movie you interact and experience as a moviegoer, that part is front end for the product. And that is the part of the product, either you can see it on your website, the part of the product you experience via mobile, you touch a button, something happens, that is what is called the front end. That is the user facing part of the product. Now there is a hidden part of the product. Okay. And the hidden part of the product is called backend, wherein I have the additional, the assistant directors, production controllers are called APIs, which kind of maintain the sync between front end and back end. The footage which is being stored, or the knowledge or the information being stored, is called database. Editing is server, which operates on the database and sends the data to the front end. Like how editor works on the database, edits the movie and sends it to the front end for streaming. Third-party services, if you want to introduce you want to induce AI into the product, you can induce AI into the product directly. You want to induce AI into the product, you can induce AI directly, and that is what what backend kind of does. Okay, so you have front end and back end, which becomes your product. So when you are designing the product, when looking at, you will have to do a blueprint which works with both front end and back end. And therefore, the blueprint here is a little more complex blueprint than what you would do for a simple website. So now we will focus on building a product. So folks, did you understand the fundamentals of product, what a front end, what a back end is? If you are a technical person, oversimplified it. It is just so that non-technical persons can understand. Back end, analogically, if you are able to understand, that is more than sufficient. Okay? Cool. Right? So the idea what I'm trying to do is I am trying to get a sense on the chat whether people are following, and the rule that I follow is 90-10. If 90% of the people say they are following, I kind of move ahead. Okay, that is the process I'm following. Good. So now I have understood the front end and the back end, the product, whatever I need to do, etc. Now I will go ahead and build the product, and the product I'm going to build is a AI powered calorie counter application. So I will build a fully AI-powered calorie counter application, and we will build it out in the next 45 minutes or so. Okay, so we'll get started. In the meanwhile, we'll just quickly review whatever has happened so far. There you go. It has built constant, where it is saying health is a practice, not a milestone. The constant is a training space for people who are in it for the long game. No promises about how you look, honest work, consistent habits, and a community that shows up. So if I want to apply for membership, I'll go down. Otherwise, how it works: apply, conversation, mutual decision, and base. Okay. So your trainer does a full movement health baseline overall, what people say. Okay. Some basic testimonials. So here we are not talking about no transformations, no before, after, just what changed. Built for work, not for photos. Okay. Your trainer is not a motivator, the anti-motivational positioning, simple, transparent pricing. Okay. Apply for a spot. Okay. That is how I would, really design this entire gym website. Okay. Now let us look at the design system. So it has built out a basic design system. As you can see, health is a practice. This is the entire design system that it has built. Okay. And what we can do next is I'll go to the home page. Okay. And I will go to the design systems. Okay, so this is the design system which is ready for us, which is kind of similar to what we have seen. Health is a practice, what we stand for, etc. It is very simple, design system it has built for now. And now I'll say I want to build a website for the gym. So now Claude would design system would kind of look at this design system and try to build this out for us. Okay, so now it is asking us some questions on how we should do this. Okay, so what single page or multi-page site? I want single page right now. If multi-page, I don't require this. I have a single page website only. Write fresh copy for each section. Okay, for photography, keep editorial placeholder frames for now. What should actually work? Right, working apply form, right, and smooth scroll. How will you use the output? I would want a high fidelity prototype for now. Anything to push further, touch warmer and more human. And then I will say continue. So now it has understood what is my requirement. And based on the requirement, it will now try to build out the entire website for me. Okay, so let it build the website while we go and start building and planning our application. Okay, blank canvas. We are trying to build a blueprint for our web application. Let's get started. I am trying to design an AI-powered calorie counting application wherein I want to build a health application overall. Can you give me some ideas of the features I can build for this application? So I'm asking AI to give me some set of features that I can build for this application. So on core features, some other cluster features. Right? There are different kind of features it is telling me of what I could, kind of build. Okay. So it has given me a complete set of features. Now this is first level. Now what I'll have to do is I will have to build and decide what is an MVP. Okay. So what is an MVP? MVP means minimum viable product. And I will help you, kind of design the minimum viable product through an example. Let us assume that you are building a house. When you are building a house and you want to occupy it, what are the bare minimum features you will require so that you can occupy the house? Okay, let me know in the chat. What are those bare minimum features you will require so that you can occupy the house completely? Let me know in the chat. Kitchen, okay. Then basic furniture. Okay, even if I don't have furniture, one chair is sufficient, two chairs based on number of families. Okay, storage space, cement. Okay, all right. Let me stop the chat and I'll summarize what people are saying. So for people who are saying kitchen, now assume that instead of kitchen, I can order from food delivery apps and I can continue eating. I can wait for the kitchen to set up even as I occupy the house, right? I might require bare minimum furniture just to kind of start living. I might also require, kind of electricity, some basic electricity, lights, etc. should be working. I require basic plumbing, washroom so that I can take care of my ablutions. Otherwise, everything else you don't really require. These are the bare minimum things. Once you occupy the house, you can buy furniture, you can set up the kitchen, you can set up the wardrobes, you can kind of use the multiples. So similarly, what are the bare minimum set of features? So the way I think about the house is minimum livable house. Like that, I would say minimum viable product. The other way to think about it is minimum usable product. What are the bare minimum set of features I can build so that my user can get value and start using it? And then slowly I will keep building more and more such features. Okay. So that's what I'll do next, where I will say, I want to build a minimum viable product out of the list of features you have mentioned. Now, give to me in a table so that you give me two core features and AI I build so that AI feels something integrated and not like a gimmick. So give this to me in the form of a table in the descending order of priority so that I can choose the features that I want to build for my application. Okay. So now I say that I want to go with a minimum viable product out of the list of features that you have mentioned. Okay, so it is saying photo meal logger, end of day insight engine, or is this worth it advisor overall? I like the photo meal logger, we'll keep it. Okay, and what are the core features? You mentioned only delight. Okay, so it has given me only one option. I will say I need at least 4 to 5 options. This is too narrow. So anytime you are trying to brainstorm with AI, try to make it give you a lot of options. Okay, so that you are able to figure out what are the ones you can work with. So first it is giving me core feature options, which is photo meal logger, then home recipe estimator, predictive day planner, invisible calorie detector. Overall, delight features, is it worth it? Honest take on the food user is considering, not this thing feels like a nutritionist friend. Okay, so what I'll do is photo meal logger is there. Okay, so I will say photo meal logger. Photo meal logger. Use Gen AI itself for this. Like use AI, generative AI, ChatGPT AP or Claude or something itself for this photo meal logger. Then I have this, is this worth it advisor? Then I can also think about, set up daily calorie estimate. Okay, so the three features I'm using are photo meal logger, where I can capture a photo and estimate the calories of the food, daily calorie estimate, how many calories I have taken, and is this worth it? Like, is the food that I have had worth it, like an advisor? Okay, these are the features I want to build. Okay, so these are the features that I want to build. Now, there is an important factor we have to consider, which is design. Okay, what should be the design of this web application that I'm trying to build? So for the design part, I will go to this site called superdesign.dev, where it has got multiple design styles, and I can pick and choose whichever design style I want, which can fit well into the app that I'm trying to build. Okay. Now, if you see here, there is this design called super green, which is like an organic kind of a design, which kind of pairs very well with the food kind of the aspect. So you can go click on super design and I can say, copy the full prompt. It is actually asking me sign in. I'm already signed in actually. Just sign in. Let me find where it is. Yeah, here you go. Here I click it and I can copy the full prompt. Okay, so I copied this full prompt. So basically, the prompt it has built is exactly like what is the prompt that can build a website like this. That is what super design captures. So what they have done is they have taken different websites, and for each website, you can kind of copy the prompt, which can produce a design like what you are seeing. Very useful if you are not a great designer, but you want to use these as references overall. Okay, so I have copied that particular design, and now these are the features I want to build. Here is design. I copied the design. I'll say, build me a comprehensive PRD. Okay, I'll explain what PRD is in Markdown. Okay, so let it build this out while I explain what a PRD is. So PRD is nothing but it's a product requirements document. So basically, whenever you're trying to build a product, in real orgs, it is a discussion between a product person and an engineer. So the engineer requires a detailed specification of how the product should be. And that detailed specification is built by the product person. So we are simulating the same process where I am making Claude my product person and Lovable as my engineer. So I am kind of taking the prompt from Claude and I'll put it inside Lovable to build out this application for me. Okay, so now it has taken this and it is going to build the complete product requirement document for me. And this product requirement document will be, it's a solid document which tells exactly what needs to be built. Okay, here also we'll use the same trick we have used in the website building, where first I will build the complete product requirement document. I will verify it. I will check if some of the key components are present or not present. And then I will then improve those, the prompt. And then I will use that same prompt for building. Here, if you see, the process is a bit because the product is complex and therefore you will need a stronger blueprint before you start building. Okay, so everywhere the process is same. I'm building the blueprint and then I'm doing the actual building. The better, the more time you spend on the blueprint and you iron out the kinks, the lesser is the chance of getting any kind of errors or bugs whenever you're trying to build this entire application. Okay, there you go. It has built the complete product requirements document. Okay, so there you go. Target user, photo meal logger. Okay, and then daily calorie summary, this thing. So basic information of everything. There's a design system it has given. The technical architecture also it has given. What are the front end, etc., that you are using. Then it has given everything. So for so far, so good. Okay. Now, this is a quick thing to check. Can you check on backend what have you done? Keep the architecture simple. Do know that I am non-technical and don't understand a lot of this. So I'm upfront telling my AI that I'm non-technical. So I'm just asking, what have you done on backend? So even though I don't know tech, what I'm trying to do is, it is just checking on, what it has done. So now it is checking everything. So let us see. Okay. So what the backend does, the simple thing is the brain where the user takes a photo, the memory, the database, store three things per user, the glue, the photo storage, the login, right, etc., and all that. Okay. So I will say for simplicity, remove login. We can add the login later on, remove login for now, but keep the provision to add it in future so that while building, I can test out easily and then I can add it later. Okay, for simplicity, remove the login for now. but keep the provision to add in future. So what I'm doing is I am very, very specific so that I know that I am trying to build it in a easy manner and I am making all the changes to my PRD. So you look here, here I am going through the PRD, understanding a few things and making a little bit of changes over here. So what you need to understand is if you don't understand any part of the PRD, you can ask it like I'm a non-technical person. Tell me exactly what I need to do overall. Okay, so the PRD is complete. Now what we'll do is we will say convert the PRD to a single copy and paste prompt I can use in Lovable and I'll enter. So what I'm doing is I will convert this entire PRD and convert it into a prompt. So PRD kind of gives you the clarity and expanded version of what we actually want to build. Now that PRD, after I have understood, after I have built, I will distill it and convert it into the prompt that I can copy paste into Lovable. All right. So now your entire product requirement document is becoming the prompt for Lovable. Okay, so it has built out this complete prompt. So, PRD was for thinking. This is for building. All the Y is stripped out, and this is instruction. Okay, a little small change I will make. I am going to use Lovable Cloud. So Lovable has a feature wherein you don't have to use your own kind of API key. Lovable handles it on your behalf. So I just say I'm going to use Lovable Cloud. No need for API keys for database as well as AI. Okay, so because I'm using Lovable Cloud, wherein it will handle everything internally, so I am stripping this out and try to make the changes on my PRT or on my prompt. Okay, so we are reaching the end game. Okay, so it's all ready right now. Okay, I will copy the prompt, right? So I'll copy the prompt uh, and I will go into Lovable, go to the dashboard. So it has used actually, it was 93.4, 3.4 to 4 credits it has used. That is $1 or 100 rupees used for this. Okay. Now this one, it will use considerable amount of credits. 90 credits, it is available. Because you are using AI and a lot of stuff, it will use considerable amount of credits. Okay. And there you go. So I'm asking Lovable to build this tool for me. Okay, so Lovable is taking the prompt. So now it is asking me about enable the cloud. So the built-in database adding the LLM, etc. I am enabling it. So this enablement is going to charge me more. So whenever I am building this app and I'm using this app, I will use more credits. Okay, because I'm using the AI infrastructure behind Lovable. So folks who are kind of asking about deployment, monitoring, etc., that is not in scope over here. Right now, I just want to show how you can build, how you can publish the app, and I will talk a little bit about how the app will run, what are the things you need to do, etc. on that. So the thing is, Lovable is very good for the non-technical folks and becomes super easy to maintain. And that is why they are charging, because they make it easy for the non-technical people. Now you might have other questions like, what about other things? There is Replit, there is Emergent, there are base 44. Which one is the best? Okay. Now this is same as asking again the question like, what is your favorite food item? For each person, it will be very, very different. So on that level, you will have to think about that. And therefore, whenever you are trying to build any application like this, what you have to consider is any kind of food item that you like, how any food item is your personal taste. Any application also becomes a personal taste. But all what I can say is most of the apps do a decent job. uh, Lovable or Emergent or Replit, any of them could be a good place to start. Lovable is a little more non-tech friendly, so you can go for it. For tech people who are looking more tech-powered applications, you want to go deep into tech while doing vibe coding, Replit would be a good place to start. Non-technical folks, you can do this. Others, you can do Replit. Again, the process remains the same. At the end of the day, what you're doing, you're making this prompt and you're copy pasting that prompt, and that prompt is actually working on your behalf. Right? So that is exactly what this does. So you don't have to really worry about, okay, will you teach me Replit? Will you teach me base 44? Will you teach me Emergent? Any application is one and the same. The UI is different. The way it works is different. But any application you can build whatever you require. We are here to teach you the basic vibe coding. As the application is getting built, let me check on the design and then I will recap everything that we have built so far. Okay, so there you go. It has built the application. So it said it is available on. We'll go to the project files. Let us open this index.html. Okay, so index.html has actually written the complete copy of the website. Okay, health is a practice, not a transformation, just a good room, the same work done well, and people who keep showing up, what we believe. Okay, some problem it has, kind of put in these things. So we can prompt it and you can, kind of remove this overall. Okay, people who coach. We started constant. What are the founding coaches asked to join, etc., etc. Okay. So with Claude Design also, you can build your own website. But here, what I would suggest is there is a button called share. Okay. Export the website that you have as standalone HTML. Export this HTML, put it in Lovable and ask it to elevate this or build it properly. So that will be the better way to do it, because Claude does not give you hosting things. Like for example, if you build it in Claude, it is there on a local system and you will have to host it later on, which is going to be a little bit of a pain. Okay. Let's see. There you go. Nourish AI version 1 is built. Okay. So right now it has just picked up basic consume of 20,000 calorie. So let me log a meal. So for that, let me take paneer butter masala pictures. Okay, so I'll show an image, paneer butter masala images. I go here, let me take a decent image. This image looks decent. I will save this image on my system. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm saving this image on my system, right? Now the same paneer butter masala image, I'm going to upload it on this. So I'll say log meal. Okay. So the first error. When I click on log meal, I'm getting a 404 error. Okay. So when I click on log meal, I am getting 404 error. So now Lovable will fix things for me. Okay. So good that we are facing an error, because I can also teach you error handling and how you can handle different kinds of errors. And even error handling, you will have to work with it in terms of trying to, make it understandable and trying to figure out what is happening. So it is saying restarting the server to resolve 404. Okay. Now let us check it. Log meal. Yes. So now I can add a photo. Yeah. So once I add the photo, I am getting a pop-up where I am able to, kind of add the image. So this is the paneer butter masala that we have taken. There you go. It is saying paneer butter masala, paneer makhani. Confidence is high. This is the one. I will confirm and log it. Okay, paneer butter masala is logged. Okay, now, uh, now is the point. I can just ask, is it worth it? Type what you're thinking and show me. So I type, I am planning to have butter garlic naan along with paneer butter masala and gulab jamun. So this is my nutritional advisor. Okay. Adding butter garlic naan and gulab jamun to a current meal brings your total to roughly 1400 calories, leaving you with about 600 for the remainder of the day. This combination is high in saturated fats, refined sugars, which will lead to a significant energy slump later this afternoon. You will need to prioritize lean protein overall. So I will say dismiss. I want to change. Okay. And I will say I'm planning to have fulka, and instead of gulab jamun, I will say butter masala and uh, carrot, cucumber salad. Okay. This provides the fiber and complex carbohydrates necessary to balance the high fat content of the paneer dish. And you have approximately this remaining. So this addition fits comfortably. So you can do this. So I can then log it. Okay. So I go back to the log, or go home. Okay. So paneer butter masala and fulka and carrot cucumber salad. And it is saying the daily insight of what I have done. Okay. So my basic usable app is now ready. We are able to build this so quickly because we've spent a lot of time in building a fantastic blueprint. Okay, folks, how are we doing so far? Did you understand how we built the application, how we did this? I will do a complete recap again right now, but this is how you can build applications overall. Okay. Now let us now go through the next part, which is iterative building. Whenever you want to add a new feature, okay, because every time I don't want to log via say I don't want to log the food. I also want to type out how much I actually had, and I want to adjust the quantity of the food that I have had. Okay, so let us do that. I want to implement a simple feature where before logging, I want to adjust the quantity of the food, because the picture could be just as a reference, and then the amount of quantity I have had is different from what is shown in the picture. Also, I want a simpler way to log meal, wherein instead of photograph, I am typing what I have had. Okay, so now I am saying that I want to implement two simple features. Don't One mistake I see people make is they have some laundry list of 10 features they want to implement, and they put in all the 10 features right away and try to build it out. That will lead to a disaster. What I would suggest is take very simple understanding, take very simple features overall, and use those simple features one by one by one. Max two. Here it is very simple features, so I'm using two features, but I will show you how I will progressively add features, because sometimes when I add one feature, it could break the previous feature also. That could be something that could happen when you're trying to build it out. Okay, so very important that whenever you're trying to do this process, you are very cognizant about what is it that you want to build, what is it that you want to add as part of the process, so that whenever you are trying to build your features, right, you are building it in a systematic manner. Okay, so uh, it has not removed everything. I'll say, can you reset so that I can add the food from scratch? Give me a way to remove items from the log. Okay, so now I'm saying that I want to remove these items also. Now you might be wondering, if I added one feature and it has broken my application, what should I do? There is always a feature called this. Okay, so once the building is done, I will show you that, wherein you can go back to the previous version of application anytime you want. So it maintains the state of your applications, different versions of your applications, and say you want to go back to the previous version of the application, you can go back to the previous version of the application very easily. Okay, so let us wait for this. We will come back and do this. In the meanwhile, okay, so there you go. Here, if you see, when I click, I can revert to a particular version. Okay, now it is giving me the thing so that I can remove this. I can remove that. I can remove this. I'll remove that. Now I will check from scratch. So I'll say log meal. So either I can add a photo or I can describe. I will add the photo. Okay, so I'll add the paneer masala. Okay, so it is analyzing the meal. So now here I can say 1x, 0.5x, or etc. So I'll say 0.5x because I'm having only half overall. So I'll confirm and log. Okay. Now I will add this thing. So I'll say describe. I will say two fulka with cucumber, carrot, salad. Okay, two fulkas with cucumber, carrot, salad. It is correct. I'll confirm the log. Now I'll check, is it worth it? Okay. In the evening, I'm planning to have a pizza. Double cheese burst. Okay, let us check it out. Will likely consume your remaining calorie budget for the day, leaving no room for a balanced dinner. You will hit your caloric limit, but the meal is high in saturated fat, low in fiber compared to your earlier intake. Choosing this means being finished with the food for the day by early evening, completely your call. Okay. So now I want to add a slight variation. I will say, is this worth it? I want the feature to improve by giving me alternate suggestions based on the food that I had. Okay, so right now, is this worth it? Is kind of acting like it is just saying you can have, you do not have, etc. I would like to add this feature wherein I want it to give me alternate suggestions based on the food that I had. Okay, so before we move ahead, I want to quickly recap our entire product building process. So step one in product building for a process is list out the features you want to build. Optionally, you can check out competitors in Perplexity. You can go to Perplexity and say, I want to build an AI calorie counter app. What are the competitors and their features? And Perplexity will give you that. Second, try to arrive at a MVP, the minimum viable product, the bare minimum set of features. Okay. Then you pick design, which you can pick from superdesign.dev. You can pick the design and apply it to the app. Then you make the PRD, which is the complete product document, which is the complete spec of the product. 5, refine the PRD based on what you want to build. Refine the whole PRD. Then once you're satisfied with the PRD, convert to the prompt, then paste in Lovable. Okay. And you'll have to enable Lovable Cloud so that you can use the AI features. Enable Lovable Cloud so that you can use the AI features. Then iteratively, step by step, build all features. Step by step, you can build all the features that you want to build completely. Okay, that is exactly what we are doing right now. There you go. It has done the advisor. So let us say, is this worth it? Okay, I want to have pizza in the evening, a double cheese burst. Okay, a double cheese burst will roughly ensure 1200 to this thing. Instead, you can do this. Okay, now you see here, it has kind of given this. So what I can do is if I want to give it a little more context of everything, right? What I can do is I can take a screenshot of the same. So when I ask lovable, it will say take a screenshot. So I'll take a screenshot, right? And I will share. So lovable itself has taken the screenshot. Now I'll say, look at the output of is this worth it? Something is off. If you're not able to explain what the error is, you can just take a screenshot of lovable. So you can click on the plus and you can say, take a screenshot. It will take the screenshot of the complete website and it will then understand. You can say something is off. Let us see if it is able to understand what is the problem. Okay. So you don't need to understand all of this. It is parsing is failing. It is bleeding into the verdict. Need a balanced brace scan. So it is going to kind of do this thing for us so that it can build it out properly. Okay. So now it is saying re-ask, is it worth it? So I will say, I want to have a double cheese burst pizza. Okay. Now you see it said double cheese burst pizza. It is doing instead of use this thin crust, grilled cheese sourdough sandwiches or paneer tikka kati roll, which is single cheese overall. Okay. So I will log this instead. So it logged the paneer tikka thing, right? So anytime I want to revert to a previous version, I can click on this and I can revert to any previous version I want. To publish, I can click on publish, and like I told before, it can be present as a lovable.app. On the free version, you can kind of install it, or you can kind of deploy it on lovable.app. If you want to kind of install it further, okay, there are other ways to do that. For example, here we were at 90, we are at 78.2. That means we have used a good 12 credits so far. Because it's an application, it is more heavy with the database, etc. You used 12 credits completely. Okay. Now you can actually look at this thing called connectors, which are available. Okay. And in connectors, right, you can, if you want to connect payments, you can connect via Stripe, those payments. Okay. You want to connect accounting workflows, you can connect Zoho Books, or you want to connect, like suppose you want have a website, you want the website needs to connect to Google Sheets, you can connect those also, right? And say you want to, let us say, you want to kind of set up payments. There are multiple things that you can do over here that can make your app easy. For example, resend, if you add resend, you can send emails directly from the app. Okay. You can attach Perplexity, which is an AI powered search and answer engine. You can do typical lots of things that you can do overall here, which can work for you overall. So this is one of the good things that they have done. They're adding more and more connectors, which is making it like a proper ecosystem. Now, suppose you want to publish it, like you're a tech person, you want to publish it elsewhere. Okay, so you have the option to kind of go here. You can actually download the entire code which is present. You can download the complete code and host it wherever you want. But currently, I would say you are present over here. It becomes easier to host on Lovable itself. Further, if you want to do security scan, you can click on the security, and here it is saying that there are some detected security issues that are there. So now I will say try to fix all, wherein I am actually trying to look at the security scans and try to do what else I could do overall. Okay, so I am trying to fix the security issues of my application. Now you should understand that if you are vibe coding, you will not know the security issues. Please do not publish your app to public without fixing the security issues overall. Okay, so I have got the preview, right? I have the app, I can publish it, I can scale the app overall as much as I needed. And the best part about Lovable is if you are getting more users, it will auto scale and reduce based on that. And based on that, will consume a lot of credits. Okay. So yeah, so that is how it is. Right now, it is saying that these are ignored by design. Right. These were the intentional no authentication thing that was there. Right now, if I want to add an authentication on top of it, these can be resolved. And how to add authentication? I will say, add authentication and give the enter authentication, user authentication will get added to my application right away. Okay, so this is the complete process of vibe coding where you can build different applications and try to solve overall problems. All right, that brings us to the close of this session. Over to you, Karthik. All right. So hope all of you are understanding what we have done. I'll take just, I'm opening the chat, put in your quick questions. I will take a few of the questions that I can answer. Okay. I am going to pause the chat right now and I'll come back just so that I can answer some quick questions. Karthik, once you are here, just let me know. So, for example, uh, for the notes, I think every after every session we were sharing the notes, so you will get the thing overall. Then your questions are for those who are saying PRD. PRD means nothing but product requirement document, which is like a document that you are sending from product to the engineering document overall. Okay, and for technical folks, if you are technical, the way you can do it is you can take it on Replit. It is more fine tuned for the technique folks out there. Okay, and for the folks who are asking how many credits does Lovable take when users increase and the app scales up, that would be something. If you are doing that when your credits it does when your users increase, it is depends on that. We cannot say for certain, so you'll have to check the usage and it will tell you how many credits it has done. I have already given the entire summary, right? The summary was that what you learned are frameworks for vibe coding. So we used first for improving an existing website, then we built a new website, and then we have done everything that is there. Okay. So, some people have this question like, won't it be better to code something on the own because it won't understand the architecture well? See, the future is going to be the case wherein uh, I think you will not directly code, but you provide guidance to the people who code or the guidance to the agents that you code. Okay, that is exactly what would happen in the future. It is already happening. In fact, if you look at the recent podcasts by Claude Code team, the Claude team, as to how they are coding, they say that 90 to 95% of their coding is done by other agents itself. They don't actually code themselves. Okay. So, yeah, so the other questions people are, asking is, I am so and so. How can AI help me? How can it do this, do that, etc. So for those people, what I'll say is, first look within, understand what is it that you need help with AI. First, prompt better. Use the AI toolkit. Try to work with, custom GPTs and solve some problems for yourself. and then you can graduate to going for harder things overall. Okay. And if you ask me what is the best way to develop an app like Lovable, AI Studio, Emergent, etc., that would, again, as I said, it depends on everything that is there. So you cannot really go for it. Okay. So that is exactly, how you can, think about this, right? Okay, so I think I've answered most of the questions. The rest all are, everything that are there. Okay, I think I have answered everything. The other things is like, can I use Google Cloud? Can I use this? Can I use that? It's absolutely, the answer is yes. How can AI help you? The answer is yes. You have to think about like an AI generalist. I think yesterday, a very detailed way of how you can go from a normal person to AI generalist has been mentioned. Follow the roadmap. You will be able to solve problems easily. All right. Yep. Over to you, Karthik.
All right, lovely. Folks, how was the session? Now do you guys realize that when you talk in terms of vibe coding, it is not as straightforward maybe as you might have thought before, but now you understand how you can actually build great products. Yes, lovely. When you're asking in terms of prompt size, it's not about the size of the prompt, it's about more about the context that you are giving to it. That could be there in terms of 10 lines, 15 lines, could also be in 3 lines, depending on what context that you're providing. First of all, Dilip, thank you so much for a wonderful session. I'll talk about the resources, folks, but thank you so much for a wonderful session. I believe that our learners have now understood that what actual vibe coding is. Just one last maybe advice that you would like to give them, like, as they are starting their maybe their journey and they're starting with vibe coding. What one advice you would like to give?
So I would say start slow. Don't try to build, don't think, okay, I want to build a complete CRM like Salesforce or Lead Squared right away. Try to build mini version or personal software that can solve your problem. Okay, that is exactly what I would, ask you to start with. Okay, don't try to, go aggressive. Take your time to actually, start learning. And I always find, this from people, right? They think that, okay, you know what, let me absorb this and then I will learn the next thing. Okay. Now that will not work. I'll tell you why. Because when you say by the time you absorb, right, the lot of things keep changing. And if you don't catch up to the fundamentals, right, the arbitrage is very small. Okay. Right now, not many people know AI, not many people use AI to solve their problems. The more you wait, I'm not saying that, you know what, you should take the course, you should do this, do that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is my urgency is not on, trying to tell you you should do the program with us. My urgency is on telling that you should go and you should learn AI either by yourself, with us, or with anybody else. Okay. Tomorrow you come back to me on LinkedIn and say, Dilip, you will, you told to learn AI. I learned with them. Absolutely fine. As long as you learn AI, it is absolutely fine, because that is the mission we are doing this for. We want people to be aware of this. We want people to understand that it is important. We want people to understand the truth beyond the fluff and the hype everywhere, because suddenly some people, as someone was mentioning on chat, will AI take away the jobs? What is going to happen to my job, etc. As long as you are upskilling, your odds are definitely going to improve. Okay. You do not have to think about it. And I want to give you an example. Right. This was an example I had listened to in an IIT classroom. Right. Where my professor was talking about lots of people wait for the waves to wash their feet. They are on the beach, right? They are scared to venture inside. They wait for the waves to wash their feet. There are a few people who go inside and they ride the wave. They are called the surfers who ride the wave. So before the wave comes and washes the feet, they ride the wave. Okay. They understand how to tame the wave. Okay. And by the time the wave reaches the shore, they are the ones riding the wave, and they are the ones who are, kind of doing it properly. Okay. So at that time, the instructor told, be the surfer, ride the wave, because afterwards, when the wave falls down, you will not be riding. And by the time you come forward, you ride the wave and you reach the beach, the people at the shore will look up to you for leadership and say, how do I ride the wave? It is the AI wave right now. Not many people are riding the wave. So it is time for you to ride the wave overall. Whether you do it with us, do it by yourself, absolutely doesn't matter. Plus, please do it. Okay. Yeah. Over to you, Karthik.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you so much, Dilip, as well. And yes, folks, so don't wait for the change to come. Like I know a lot of you folks are also talking that some tools are not allowed, some are not allowed in the organization as well. So be the surfer, be the change, and don't wait for the tool to come to you or for the organization to do it. Learn it so that you can make sure your organization can get it when you are telling them about it. All right. That being said, folks, so we had promised bonuses, and I actually love to give a lot of bonuses to all the learners. So I'm going to start with the bonus right now, and then we'll get into another bonus towards the end of the day. All right. So I'm going to share my screen. Just give me 1 second. All right. So, folks, I hope you guys can see my screen. If yes, just put a yes in the chat that you can see my screen. Yes. Okay, lovely. So, folks, this is the resource link that we have. I'm gonna stop the chat. Yes. So your resource link is right here. Everything will be uploaded here. What all is done so far is already here. So from yesterday, if you open on session notes, you see building the websites. So whatever you've just gone through, building the websites, the entire document. Someone was asked again. We've mentioned emergent. A lot of you folks were asking about Google AI Studio, Lovable, Bolt, IDs like anti-gravity, cursor. It is your call on what you want to build. But if you're a beginner, I would recommend start from something like Emergent, Bolt, or Lovable, and then start getting in terms of anti-gravity, cursor, and so on and so forth. So everything is right over here for you. All right, that is one. Second, we also provide you with a little bit of workbooks. Why workbooks? Because I mentioned in the start, till the time you don't practice, you don't get your hands dirty, you will never truly learn of how these systems work. Yeah, you must be thinking that, hey, I've learned about it. I'm going to do it next week. I'll sit and I'll do it next weekend. But, procrastination sometimes kicks in, as we generally have had as a human nature, I would say. So don't wait for it and start building, is what I would recommend. Lastly, so we had added as a bonus, I think so. We mentioned that we're going to provide you with a roadmap. So we've provided with an AI generalist roadmap. This is the actual roadmap right now and is the most updated one that we have provided to all of you guys. So you can go through it. There's like a lot of things over here, also including a couple of links. So you guys were asking like at what all are we going through? What do we follow? What different models are there recently? So all the different 5 levels that we have spoken about, the 5 levels, in terms of like if you take like 18 months to prepare and go about it, we have given you the resource for it. You can go and do it yourself as well. You see guides and documents like Anthropics prompt engineering guide, what's new at Opus 4.7, GPT 5.5 introduction. So we've provided a lot of links for you over here as well, and you can go and check it out level by level. Yeah, folks, that is the kind of roadmap that we wanted to provide to you, because irrespective of anything, we want to make sure that you guys are growing in your AI journey. All right. That being said, let me just stop my share. Yeah. So, folks, a couple of you guys actually dropped a mail to Funny yesterday and also have asked me in the morning in the chat, but I did not talk about it because The main reason was I wanted you to focus on your learning part. So now I'll just launch a poll. Uh, I want to give me 1 second. Yeah. So I want to launch a poll because I think so around 20% or so of people had missed yesterday, so they did not know about it. And a lot of guys who messaged us. So for that, I'm launching a poll. If you have heard about our accelerator program, because only because there are new people and someone who actually mentioned to us on mail, I'm gonna open maybe 30 seats again. I know some of you guys tried to go to the link and try to do it yesterday towards the end of the session, but were not able to do it because the link was closed. So what I am prepared to do is I'll just give you a very quick heads up. I'll also share the poll with you. You can see that around 18-20% that they want to know more because they have missed. I'll also share it. All right. 1 second. Yeah. Wow. I'm just setting up my screen. I'll also, okay, I'll open the chat as well. So someone also asked me before I start, someone asked me that, hey, I'm a student. Should I do into this? I'm not sure if I should go about it. I would recommend if you're a student, don't. All right. You really don't need to get into this right now. Recordings, we already mentioned that recordings are not provided. By chance you've missed, we mentioned it in the start also, recordings are not provided. All right. We want you guys to make sure you're attending it live and getting the most out of it. Otherwise, again, it's procrastination. So, yeah. So, for the students, I would say not right now because you have the time, you have the bandwidth. You can go on YouTube, you can do a little bit of research. We've given you the roadmap for it, you can use it. But for people, who do not have that much time that they can go about it, search, uh, do all of those things for them, this is the program. All right. By the way, folks, your break has started. I'll also put on a timer for you guys. We'll have the break till around 2 p.m. IST, so 56 minutes or so more. And post that, we'll be getting in terms of N10. Hello, everyone. Is everyone back from their lunch break? Is everyone back? I hope you guys have eaten well, but I just hope not well enough that you get drowsy and sleepy. I can see a little bit less in energy right now. Energy is full. Yes. All ready for boom in the chat. Lovely. Full, not less high. Energy is high. Lovely. All right. I'm just waiting a minute or two for everyone to join in because I think so a lot of folks dropped off. So I think so. Team, can we just send in the message for everyone to join in? And I will also launch a poll for people who are back from the break. Second. All right. Just want to see who all are back. Full, all right, lovely. Oh, there are a couple of people who are joining just now and what not there in the morning. Very interesting. Notes for yesterday's sessions already been shared. The drive link that I shared has everything. Folks, I think I've sent this multiple times at this time, but here are your resources. Please save them, and I don't want to send it again, right? Well, yes, someone is like, I'm holding off my sleep because I need that energy. Yes, you need it. There is no recordings. For whoever who's asking for recordings on the drive, there is no recordings because we are not providing any recordings. All right, folks, I want everyone to be energized, not just some of you guys. So wake up. All right. Yeah, we do record the session, but that's for our internal and training purposes. Okay, so for everyone who's asking what we're going to be doing next, I'll just set up the context so that you know. Firstly, we'll learn in terms of automations. We'll get into N10. We'll have someone from Microsoft coming in who's a data and applied scientist at Microsoft. His name is Divij. He's been part of a lot of programs, a lot of courses that we've done so far. He's personally built a lot of his use cases, systems for others, and also has his own YouTube channel as well that he works on. So he'll be coming in for the session. But before we get into it, how many of you guys have heard about N10 before? Let me know. How many of you guys know what N10 is? No, yes, it's a mixed reaction, all right. So, folks, it's a platform that we'll be using for automations. By chance, you've never used it before, and it provides their 14 days free trial. So, if you want to practice, you can use it, or otherwise, you can locally host it as well. And it themselves give you on their website itself or on their GitHub how you can locally host it. All right. That being said, that being said, folks, can we have a warm welcome for Divij as he's already joined the call and you can see. Can we have welcome Divij in the chat? Yes. Lovely. Hello, Divij. How are you doing?
Hey, hi Karthik. Good afternoon, good evening. How are you?
I am doing great as well. I think so. Everyone is super pumped to learn automations.
Amazing. I can see a lot of welcoming messages. Great. I have installed in my physical body. This is something new.
Okay.
Okay. I think we can get started.
Yeah, I think we should get started so that you can set the context also what they'll be learning, what they are doing, and then we
Yes.
can start with automation.
Perfect. So let me share my screen and then we can get started. I'll share about me as well along with the session that we will be doing. Can I share my screen? Is it allowing me? Yes. Perfect. Can you confirm, Karthik, if you can see my screen?
Yes.
Amazing. Cool. I think we are good to start. So, guys, today, I mean, in this particular session, we'll be talking about mostly on the AI automation side. So, I'll give you a brief overview, first of all, how you can get to know which tasks are well suited for the AI automations, right? How you can identify those tasks. Then we will discuss a little about the tools, right? I'll tell you apart from N18 what all tools we have and a comparison, right? Like if you are using N18 versus the other tools, what benefit you get on N18, right? I mean, the foremost benefit I would say is it's free. It's local version. If I can download, I can install in my own laptop and I can build unlimited workflows and I can practice it definitely, right? So that all is absolutely free, but we will be using the cloud version. I mean, you can use the cloud version as well, which is with coming with 14-day free trial, right? And we'll take one end-to-end use case, which I will be making right from scratch just to get you equipped with N10, what all components that we have inside N10. Right. And I'll take the, I would say, the genuine use case of some brand, right? I mean, you can imagine any other brand, but I got this problem from some of the brand, which is Nika. You might have heard about Nika brand. They receive lot of emails on the daily basis on their customer support. right? So the problem that they identified is that they get diverse set of emails, right? That's what we're gonna be solving today, that more than 5,000 emails per day for different products, right? I mean, different buckets that they receive. So they only share the data like something like 35% of their emails are maybe related to counterfeit products. Like customers are complaining that the product I receive is the counterfeit, duplicate, right? Some are complaining about the invoices, billing related issues, and so on. So they want an automated system, and which we try to build today. Right, so just giving you a sneak peek of the use case that we have, and you can apply in your use case as well if you want to automate anything of yours in terms of emailing or automated Gmail inbox so that you have it running it on autopilot, right? So that's what we will be building together. So with that, I'll quickly introduce about me. My name is Divij, and I'm currently working as data and applied scientist at Microsoft. And it's been a long journey. I would say it's almost now 5 years for me in the Microsoft, and overall, I would say 8+ years of experience in this AI space. And again, I also started my journey as an engineer. I was working with Air India as an IoT engineer. Then I have pursued my master's in AI machine learning and started working with VMware as a data and applied scientist. So VMware was my second company to be after my BTech in AI space. And then I started working at Microsoft, and it's been almost 5 years now working with M365 Copilot team. I hope some of you have already used this M365 Copilot, and I am part of Teams product, right? So specifically, we take care of all the features that you see apart. I mean, the M365 main Copilot, but we are trying to integrate everything with the Teams. So what all features you see on the Teams part, that is what me and my co-workers are building it out. Great. So with that, I think let's get started. This is the agenda, what we will be covering. So we have, first of all, understanding what are automations and what cannot be fit as an automation use case, where they work, where they will fail, right? So we should know before even starting with any problem statement, you should know which can be solved via automation, or it can be or it is requiring some logic changes. So that way automations are not fulfilled in those cases, right? So I'll make you clearly understand those two things and what are different no-code landscape that we have, right? And API, definitely, if you don't know what is API, we'll cover that, and then we'll go to build part. Okay, now what are automations? And to be tell you, right, like a lot of people think automations also came after we have got this AI wave, right? Which started, I would say, in November 2022 when we first time witnessed ChatGPT. And after that, there are a lot of tools in the market, and automations is something new. So that is a myth, right? Automations are quite old. There are a lot of automation softwares, techniques, right? You might have heard about RPA. I don't know how many of you know about RPA, robotic process automation. That is having, okay, someone are saying yes, right? So automations were there already. So we call it as RPA, or we called it as a software, right? We built logical code for building these automations. But the landscape that has changed after 2022 is it has been simpler to make these automations, right? I don't specifically now require a set of coding. I mean, I don't have to write a piece of code because everything is low code, no code tools. I can drag and drop and I can build with it, right? So that is what already we had, but now things are adapting alongside AI, which is becoming an automative. So let's take example, right? What has changed now with AI? So traditional automations, if I wanted to build using any software, right? There are multiple software from last 10, 15 years. I have to write these logics, right? Like if X, do Y. Simple, you can imagine your if else statement in any programming language. If I'm writing a code in Python, I will be writing if you go and have a condition like if X, do this Y. So I have fixed my rules in my automations, right? So for example, I'll tell you that let's say I want to build an automation that every morning 8 a.m. or let's say 9 a.m. I want my system to go and fetch some news article, right? Let's say, right? I'm reading, or I'm fond of reading, let's say, Medium blogs. I want to it go to a medium, find the relevant topic according to my niche, get that article, make a summary, post it on LinkedIn. Right? This is quite a repetitive job that I have to do it manually. If I can do it manually every time, can I do it as an automation way? The answer is yes. So whatever pattern you think, it is like rule based, right? Follows fixed steps. Now this step is fixed, right? I just need to connect the dots. If I can do it, it will be my best kind of an automation, right? I need to give access to my medium article. I need to have a scheduled trigger which should always start at 9 a.m. in the morning. It should go to medium, read that blog, get me the post, and connect my LinkedIn so that it is posting it every day on LinkedIn, right? And you can imagine for Twitter, Instagram, whatever platform, it doesn't matter, but the steps are similar. Now what AI has changed is I will give all the tools, same tools, right? For achieving the task, I'll give same tools, right? I'll give the access to my medium, I'll give access to my maybe LLM API, and I'll give access to my LinkedIn. Now I have just given if X, figure out the best way, right? I'll not be making the entire thing automatically or myself. I'll give my agent all these tools and let it figure it out which order it will be called it as, right? So same thing, but now the judgment is now AI based, right? AI agent is deciding which path it has to take for solving this problem. So that has been changed a little bit, but still I am solving the same problem only, right? So this is example that I think we will be gonna discussing in detail also. We'll be building it actually, not discussing it. We'll be building it together. So any new email that comes, can I do all these things manually, right? I do it. All of us do it, right? If all of us do it in a sense, if you are into some entrepreneur, if you're into some startup business, if you're getting a lot of emails, right? I am running of my own AI consulting and projects related company. So I get a lot of emails on the daily basis. I want AI system to go and first of all filter out all the noise for me, right? For me, anything which is related to AI projects, consulting, mentoring, that is what is important for me. So I want AI system to go and read it, and this part I can do it manually also. So my thumb of rule which I tell to everyone is, if you think you can do that task yourself, if it is possible without you changing lot of logics, it can be automated, right? If I don't have an automation, I go to my Gmail inbox, I read first, let's say 30 email every morning, right? Every morning I start my day, I have 30, 40 emails, for example. I will read each and every email. I'll figure it out which is important, which is junk. I'll delete the junk ones, maybe some newsletters, promotional emails, right? All of us know how cluttered our email is, inboxes. So I'll delete few, I'll have my like important emails, and then I have to read and reply those emails, right? So this is something I can do my own, which I can automate also, and which is a repetitive, right? This is repetitive stuff. So this is one example. Let's take another example before I go into a little more deep dive inside what it requires you to have any automation to be built, right? What are the three major components of any automation? And I'll show you this before even we go into N8N use case. I'll show you a little bit on the N8N side only so that you can correlate much better, right? So another example I'll give you. For example, if you are already using some kind of a social media platform, specifically, let's say Instagram, right? Because you can correlate better. You might have seen there are a lot of content creators whom you might follow. They ask you to comment some keyword and they will send it to your DM, right? That is exactly an automation, right? No one is going to reply thousands of comments. No one is going to read, right? And sending one by one to those, all the commenters. So this is like an automation that I can set it up on these platforms like N8N, Zapier, Make.com, that anyone going to comment on this particular post, you have to send this document into their DM. So fixed pattern, right? I don't have to change the pattern. Comment, send it. So it should be triggered, right? It is triggering via whom? By sending your comment onto that post. Another very great example which you might have followed. So I'm picking up those examples which you might have seen in your day-to-day life. WhatsApp bot. right? I don't know how many businesses you have interacted with in terms of business WhatsApp, right? WhatsApp for business accounts. Like generally, it is not available in normal WhatsApp account like what we use. There is something called WhatsApp for business account. I can convert my number into a business account. And then if you send me an hi message on my number, you get an automated email. Thanks for automated message, sorry. Thanks for reaching it out. We will get back to you, right? Or if it's a business account, if they have configured some AI related things, right? It will send you a catalog, it will send you a proper messaging, what you are looking for. You can have a proper conversation with that WhatsApp bot. So we people generally in the market call it a WhatsApp automation, which is again totally a normal automation that I can do manually, right? I can reply to those messages manually. Can I automate it and hand it over to AI to take that load if I'm getting, let's say, hundreds of messages on my business account daily? Yes, I can. So those kind of patterns, if you can find it out, just now, I mean, after the session, you try to find it out. Are there any repetitive patterns in my entire loop which can be automated? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, then you can automate via N8N, most probably because N8N has everything included in the platform. Right. So these are few examples which I gave you. Now let's deep dive one more level inside that what is allowed inside my automation, how it gets started, what are the basic components of it, right? So these are the three things which we have. So I'll give you an overview while showcasing you the N8N screen only, right? So that you can correlate better. So yeah, so now we talked about, I think you got the idea what is my N8N or what how I can think about automation, which part or which processes can be automated. Now, automation has three these things, right? Trigger, logic, action. And this is not I'm talking about N8N or Make.com or Zapier. It is common across platforms. It will always be there in any platform. Let's say tomorrow some new platform also comes, they will require me these three things. Now let's understand what is this, right? So first bucket is my trigger. And what it saying is it's a starting gun, the event that kicks everything off. Let's understand from some blank workflow, right? So this is my N8N screen, right? Once you log in, and yeah, don't do it alongside with me, right? Learn it. You will get all the recordings, material, and everything. Practice it afterwards. That way, you will be able to make or retain much better. That's my suggestion. Right. So once you log in with your Gmail account, once you make your new account, you'll get a 14-day free trial. So you can definitely sign in up and you will not be able to see any workflows here, but there will be a button called create workflow. Right. So I'm not starting teaching you, I'm giving you an overview how to understand this UI. So once you click on create workflow right here, you will see the blank screen, whatever the first screen we call it as canvas in terms of N8N. Right. So this is my canvas where I will add one of these three nodes, right? It will always be anything you will do inside N8N is either a trigger, either a logic, or it will either be an action. Only these three things, right? So we need to understand these three things. We can build any automation going forward. So we need to understand all these three fundamentals things, three pillars of any automation, right? So this is my blank canvas. The very first thing through which my any workflow or automation starts is trigger, right? As the name suggests, right? Even if I click on this add first step button, right? You see, it is asking me a simple question. What triggers this workflow? Even N8N is telling you. And same pattern, right? I don't have login any other platform, but if you go to make.com, if you go to Zapier, all these products are paid, right? So you can actually try it out in their free trial. Everything has same trigger as my starting point, every platform. And this makes a logical sense also once I'll explain you all these triggers. But you see, right, what triggers this workflow? A trigger is a step to start your workflow. Now imagine trigger as some starting point, right? Some state has to be changed for getting your workflow to be started, right? I gave you three examples. The first one was Gmail one. So what is a trigger in terms of inbox, right? Any new email comes to my inbox. That way it becomes a trigger, right? Something is getting changed. For example, if I have, let's say, 100 emails in my inbox right now, right? Right now, my Gmail has 100 emails. I get 101. So I got a new email, which is a triggering point for my inbox. If I have built automation, right? So 101th email, as soon as it lands to my inbox, start my workflow. Someone sent you hi on WhatsApp, start my workflow. Right? That is like a triggering point. Someone triggered you, right? Someone commented on your post, start my workflow. So that means it's all triggered by some event, some state change, right? Let's say someone filled a form, very common, right? We used to roll out Google Forms, Microsoft Forms. Someone, I'm asking their name, age, email, right? I'm building something and they are filling their details. As soon as the person click on submit, start my workflow, because a new row got added into my Google Sheet or my database. Anything can become a trigger. Now I'll show you because you'll be able to relate, right? So this becomes my first starting point. And you see the first trigger is trigger manually. This is as good as saying that this is a testing trigger, right? This is just a testing trigger. Obviously, I'll not be using it in production, or I would say once my application is built. This is just for testing, right? It is like when I click, this is done, right? You can see the green tick also, that when I'm clicking a mouse, start my workflow. So this is just for testing purposes, that whatever I am thinking, what is going in my mind, I will have my manual trigger, you can imagine, or click trigger, so that I can test entire thing what should go forward. Right. So this is like very normal as a first step, manual trigger. But this is not widely used. I'll tell you the most widely used is the second one, on app event. Right. This one is most widely used. On schedule also sometimes people uses, and another one which is on form submission also people uses, or webhook also. I mean, these three, right? If you see 1, 2, 3, and 4, these fours are most widely used trigger for any of your application. And out of these four, if you want one, I would say only this one, on app event. Why? Because this is all my third party apps, right? If I go and click on this, it will show me what you want, which app should trigger you, right? So I gave you Gmail example. Let's say I search for Gmail, right? I gave you Gmail example as my first thing. So I'll click on Gmail. You see on message received, I only have one single trigger for my Gmail, which is on email received. As soon as I get a new email, start my workflow. Let's see other, right? Let's see some other apps. Let's say WhatsApp for business, right? I don't have WhatsApp connected, but there is a node. That's what I'm saying, right? N8N will give you flexibility to have almost every tool that can be connected to it, right? See, this is WhatsApp Business Cloud. Now you see how many triggers I can have in this WhatsApp. I have total of 10 triggers. Just give it a read. I think you will be able to understand. On account review update, on account update, on business capability update, and other stuff. But on message, this is something I know. If someone sends me hi on my business account, start my workflow, right? So this becomes on message received. Well, let me show you Telegram, right? Telegram is very easy to connect. Very easy means very easy, right? It is more than easy than WhatsApp. The reason is I need to fill some details for Meta developer account, which is one time process. I can do it, right? So this is Telegram is quite easy. You just go to Telegram site, get your credentials sorted, one click, you will get all of this. But same thing on channel post, on edited channel, on message, right? So I got my Telegram. Slack, right? All of us use in our work environment, either we use Slack or we use Teams, right? These are the two major products, I would say, right? So Slack also has all these triggers: on file shared, on new user, on new message posted on a channel, right? Anything which is related to Slack, someone is sending you a message on Slack, start my workflow. So these are all my triggers. I think Teams is also there. Microsoft Teams can also be considered connected to be here, right? Teams, on new channel, on new chat message. So you got a point, right? On app means any third party app can be your trigger for your workflow. Now you need to decide what you want to automate, right? You will find everything. You want MySQL database? Yes. You have Postgres? Yes. Right? MySQL. On a schedule, on a webhook call, you got your two triggers. If I search for Postgres, yes, I have this. On new Postgres event, right? That means some table got added or new row got added. You got your trigger, right? Google Sheets, something got updated in your existing sheets, on row added, on row updated, on row added or updated. So these are my triggers which n8n allows me, and I can have my starting point of my workflow for any app event. Right. So most widely used trigger is this only. Then comes on schedule. Right. On schedule itself is like when you want to trigger every minute, every hour. Right. Like I told you, I want every 9 a.m. it should go to my Medium post article or whatever website that I wanted to refer it to, and then post it to my LinkedIn. Right. Or you might have seen, right? If you have seen your pattern in your inbox, if you have subscribed to some of the newsletters, every time those newsletters comes at same time, right? Like I have subscribed to Batch and Alpha Signal AI. These are the two newsletters which I follow. The Batch, which is from deep learning, and the other one is the Signal, Alpha Signal. So they come every Sunday at the fixed amount of time. So that means every hour, every day, every week, whatever I want to trigger it out or schedule this trigger, I will have this trigger connected, right? So schedule means if I double click on this, I can manually go and check it out every month. I want to send every week, I want to send which day I want to get it triggered and so on. So you got your schedule trigger also sorted. And without trigger, you cannot have your workflow. So as a first step, either I can have own app event on schedule. I'll come to this on webhook. Let me show you on form submission. You fill a form, right? Sometimes we have to fill a form on some of the website. I can integrate this form with any of my website. And if anyone submit that form on my website, I'll get my webflow triggered. Right. Let's say I'm sending an email. Thank you for sending your interest. We will get back to you. So that means I know I got a form. My automation got triggered and it will send an email. Right. So these are my four major triggers, which you will be using in your, I would say, 99% of your use cases, right? On webhook call, the last one is like an API call. Since I haven't covered what is API, so that's where I am leaving this for the slide when we'll talk about API. But if you know what is an API, it's like a two software system talking to each other, right? Application programming interface. If I want to connect to any API, I want to send it via API call, right? Get method, post method, I can send it. I'll cover API, that is part of our session once we'll reach to that slide. So I can hit any API, I can have my on schedule trigger, and I can have my manual trigger also, right? This manual trigger is something which is for testing. Mostly you will be using these four triggers. Out of these four, any one, two, three, or all four, right? Doesn't matter. So this is your triggering point, right? So this is your first bucket, which I wanted to give you an overview. What is this all about, right? So trigger is your starting point, which only facilitates state change of some item, right? Something got changed, something got updated, something got changed so that my workflow got started. Now we have these two buckets, which is logical rules, right? Which means I need some logic done or data transformation done, some filtering out done. So that is part of my all the logic part. And action is all about what I need to do next, right? What is my next step after my trigger happens? So these two, both of the steps, right? Let me add one trigger. For example, I'll take manual trigger only as of now. If I click on this, you see I have got what happens next, and I have this logical trigger and I have action trigger, right? So logical trigger means it can be anything. It can be AI related, it can be non-AI related, right? Nothing matters, because if it is non-AI related, I have if else, right? What if I only want to filter out emails which are coming from specific domains or specific Gmail IDs, right? I need to have some conditions in that case. So those cases are fulfilled by your these data transformation or flow part. Right. For example, I'll just take first, let me take AI, right? I want smartness. If I click on AI, I'll see all the AI models, large language models that are available with me, right? AI agent, which we'll be using, by the way. I have Olama, OpenAI, right? Some basic LLM chain, information extraction, question and answers. If you are building some Q&A application where you want a person is posting a question and your AI should generate you the answer. Then you have Q&A, sentiment analysis, summarization, if you want a summary of something, text classifier, which I will be using for classifying my emails, right? Text classifier, AI transform. You have a lot of things, right? So I can have any of my AI node, for example, right? Let's say I'll put it up this one AI agent. So I know that my AI agent got connected to it, right? With some external trigger also. So that means anytime I have, I'll delete this, right? Anytime I have my first step, second step either can be your logical step or it can be an action step, right? So that can be anything. So if I define my prompt, give some skills to it and all of that, that becomes my this node. But what if I want to have a logical node, right? So I can have my if else filter. Let's say I have if now. And now I can give the value. If email is from, let's say, something called support at the rate, right? Let's say any, right? Thinkletics AI, right? I want to filter out if any email is coming from this, then it should do some other stuff, right? I mean, you have branched it out. So if else, you know, what is if else in programming language, right? You might be knowing what is if else. I hope that all of you must be knowing. So if it is true, if the condition matches, do something else, right? I have my entire one branch which is going into the true part, and I have a different branch which is going into my false part. So I have made my if else, if conditions, right? So you can do that. So for example, I was telling you about the support tickets, right? If the ticket talks about, right, I get thousands of emails every day. That's the problem with big brands, right? You can imagine the scale at which Nykaa, Amazon, maybe Myntra, Flipkart, all these operates at, right? All these big e-commerce giants. If the email talk about, let's say, only invoice related issues, billing related issues, if true, go to my invoice department. If next condition, right, if the issue talks about, that's what we actually be building, right, like just categorization. If my email talks about anything which is duplicate product, wrong delivery, wrong product, it should go to my product team, right? There is no finance in the picture in that case. So I can branch it out, right? I can make a different logic on my true stuff, or I can build a different logic in my false part. Again, next step, right? I can have in my flow is looping. So I can filter it out. I can have my if else. I can have my loop over some item, right? That means continuous loop of my 4 items. If I want to run for this loop again and again, right? Something which is repetitive, right? That increase this count, then go to next step, right? Let's say you have 1,000 rows in your Excel file, right? All of you have only two columns. You have sentiment text, and you have to predict I mean, you have a text review and you have to predict a sentiment, right? So you have to iterate. You have to iterate the same thing. Row one, predict the sentiment. Then go to row two, predict the sentiment. Then go to row three, predict the sentiment. So you have to loop over what? You have to loop over an Excel sheet till the you get all the items done. So this is like a for loop. So whatever programming we have learned via writing the code can be mimicked in this low code tool via these logic nodes, right? So logic nodes is something like filtering, if else, and logics, right? I mean, you're looping all these things. The last part, which is actions, is something what next, right? So this also is telling you what's next. For example, I have my actions in app. What next you want to have, right? Let's say Gmail. We are taking Gmail example. I can see all these actions in Gmail, right? You'll see now 26 actions which are associated with just my one app, which is Gmail. And what are these actions? Imagine these actions, what you can do manually on the Gmail account, right? Everyone is using Gmail, right? If you go to your Gmail, can you add a label to message? Yes. Can I delete that email? Yes. Can I mean, get a message means I am just reading it. Can I get a message or read my messages? Yes. Can I mark them as read? Yes. Unread, right? I can reply, I can send, I can create label, delete label, create drafts. All these actions I can do within Gmail account, right? So this becomes my actions within the app. That means the last step, right? What do you want to do? Like in our automation, once I got the email, once I got classified that this is an important email, after that, what? I want an action, right? That create a label that this is important for me. And if it is important for me, then again, the action is go and reply to that email. So instead, me going and seeing 100 emails per day, AI will be acknowledging. AI knows about my business. I will be telling AI each and everything, what we are into, who we are. Right? I'll give that information, obviously, that to AI, that we are Thinkletics company, we do this, we do that. What is an optimal time you can connect with us? I'll give that so that my AI can take the first lead and reply to that customer or maybe that support ticket. Imagine how the brand visibility is there then, that your email get acknowledged within 5 minutes of sending to your customer support, right? So any actions now become my action app. So you search for any other app, let's say Notion, right? I search for Notion. I have all these actions in my Notion. Append a blog, get many blog, get a database, create database page. All these are actions associated with Notion. Let's say you want Drive, right? I mean Google Drive. You have copy a file, delete a file, create a folder, delete a folder. So imagine any use case, what you can do manually going to your Google Drive, right? What actions as a human you can take that can be automated, right? So all these actions will be there. I mean, there's a long list of applications. So instead of me going scrolling through this, right, you can maybe see any of the product which you might know. But my best version is I'll search for it, right? I'll search for it. So I can take actions. So if I see Slack, I might see some of the actions in Slack as well, right? Archive a channel, create a channel, join a channel, all these actions, 44 actions I can take within my Slack account. So say going forward, I have built these kind of automation for myself, right? I have used GitHub, I have used Gmail for building my automations like these. Someone opened or raised some PR, go and check it out what PR is. So all these can be automated. So where you spend your bandwidth, if I have that connector available, I can let AI manage that piece. Right? Approval you have to give, WhatsApp messages you need to send, right? Automated WhatsApp messages. So all these actions, right? Send a message, send template, upload media, all of that you can do it. If someone is waiting for your approval, right? You don't have to read it. Let AI handle it if the proper message is there. So this is what wanted to cover on the three things side, right? So your automation is now what? If you drill down any automation, if you dissect, it will be a trigger. It will be a combination of logic. It is or, right? Whether required or not required, depending on your use case. And then it is actions. So mostly you will find trigger, logic, and actions, all three pieces, or you will find trigger plus actions. Right? Logic sometimes, if you want to filter it out, if you want to have if else, if you want to have looping, then logic, action and trigger will always be there, right? So this is my what automations on a very high level looks like. So I gave you an overview and we will build it. So you'll get once you'll take it to the next level also, but that is the picturization of your automations, how to think about them, right? So what automations do brilliantly, it is like a repetitive task, moving data between the apps, right? So you have, let's say you want to, you have some file stored in your Google Drive and you want to share it, right? You have a team that someone asks, you share it manually, you can do that in an automation way. Summarization and classifying the content. Since we have AI now, right? All the intelligence layer is handled by AI. So which was not possible earlier in my automations. All my intelligence layer, right? I can summarize on Chat GPT. I can write text on Chat GPT. I can get some output. I can do research. All of that is now can be handled via my automations. Schedule time-based jobs, notification, alert, right? Where automation struggles, where you have human in loop, where the use case is different, right? That you can only approve on some use cases, right? If it can be one, two, three, I can still use if else. I can still manage to use logical reasoning or logical if else to create that. But imagine the use case which is dynamic, which keeps on changing, right? So that way you cannot. So if I am automating my Gmail, right, I will be creating those categories, let's say invoice related issues, product related issues, delivery related issues. Third is, let's say, app related issues. Let's say I'm running some app also, right? My SaaS product. So technical issues. But let's say some user has any other issue which is not falling under. So I can't keep on creating different categories. I'll have last, which is other. Anything else which is left is like an other bucket for me, right? Which will be small size, because if I have my data from last 2 years, last 3 years, I know my support ticket, what kind of emails do I get? That every company already knows, right? That most of them is delivery related, most of them is wrong product delivered related, right? Fake product, wrong product, counterfeit product. Third is, let's maybe delivery issue, late delivery, maybe refund related, right? Refund and delay related, right? Invoice related. So I know my categories, what kind of problems my customer face. I can have those 5 6 categories, and rest anything comes which is not matching these five, make it other. So that way I can still become my safe proof automation. But if you want an AI to decide which branch it should go and create a new one, then it's a high risk, right? Because AI can do any, maybe it can have multiple issues, so your AI will get confused now, right? So where high judgment decision, if you are relying on, their automation will struggle. If you have human in loop, there also automation will struggle. Constantly changing the edge cases, there also automation will struggle. So these are some of the cases where it will struggle it out, right? So the no code wave, I think we have already discussed earlier. It was all you have to write a code for building these automations, right? I can either write in, I mean, I am Python expert, so I write in Python. I have built a lot of automations in Python, but anyone can choose any language for automations, right? So it's not language agnostic, but now it's a drag and drop. With AI tools and with this N8N, all these tools, it's like a drag and drop. You can visualize, build your code visually. So it is also writing a code for me, but it is like a visual coding for myself. And one shared language reach, I mean, everyone is talking about, we will be choosing the platform which has most people using, right? Or it should be an open source. So advantage of open source platform is we have a very strong community, right? So if I tell you about N8N community, right, just search for N8N templates, right? I mean, once you will learn N8N, obviously you cannot learn N8N in like one use case or two use case. Once you practice it out, right, you will be finding that it has a very top-notch community, right? You can see GitHub stars. I have all these templates. I can use these templates from the people, right? For example, if I, let's say I filter it out on sales, for example, right? I just put out a filter sales. I can search also. I can see all this. Scrap the recent news about the company before a call. Now, this is something, if anyone is into investing, if anyone is interested in stock market, they want the recent news about the company before a call. And someone has already built it, right? Which is freely available for me, right? This is freely available. I can go and use this inside my N8N. And that's the power of open source and community. That you, every time, you don't have to start from scratch. I can build on someone else. I can also share my templates, right? The one which I have built, I have shared with the community. The other person can share with the community, and so on. So I think this is not displaying, but yeah, this is for freely available. I can use it. Yeah, you can see it here, right? Someone has already built with the schedule trigger, right? You see every morning. Now you can still read a better, because now you understand uh, what exactly my trigger is, right? So every morning at 7, it has running some API, which we'll be discussing. It is checking it out, right? What all, I think Google Calendar is scheduled, right? Then you have true, false. If true, extract the company name, get the latest news, and send it to your email about that company. Very simple, right? Hardly 4 or 5 nodes. Now I can decode by just reading what is happening, right? And here also, they might have given you. Each morning, it reviews your Google Calendar for any scheduled meetings or calls with the companies, fetches the latest news about that company, right? Let's say you have a meeting with Zomato. Right. So it has already searched that you have a meeting with the founder Zomato. It will fetch any recent news what they have started in, give you a personalized email in your Gmail inbox for the salespeople, right? Like it is the thing. to know about sales for the people who are into sales. They need to know about the company or maybe about the person whom they are interacting with. So this is just one. So this makes sense that whenever we have any platform which has a lot of great support in community, that should be our go-to choice. So these are all my I would say major platforms, right? Even within the Microsoft ecosystem, we have Power Automate, and there is something new. Right, for all the people who say, no, I have my company laptop, my company data, I cannot use it. And if you have that constraint, there is exactly same product like N8N, if I tell you, which is Copilot Studio, right? Just check with your IT team if that is already there. I would say it has all the components, all these drag and drop things what N8N has, right? It is known as Copilot Studio, or else you have Power Automate, right? So Microsoft native. You have Zapier. So Zapier and Make.com is relatively easier than N8N, right? Make.com is relatively very easy compared to N8N. I'll to be very frank if I tell you, but they are limited for few automations, yes, and they don't have any open source environment, right? So they have limited nodes, but yes, the visual AI automation platform. You see, the messaging itself says that go and keep on connecting the relevant nodes, right? And you can build the automations for IT, marketing, sales, finance. Again, all the different use cases. You have all these nodes available, right? You can browse which all connection you have, right? You see here, you can see featured app, Gemini, Airtable, Facebook lead ads. So whatever tools you see here, that will be available. Facebook pages, Google Calendar. If you want to automate that, you want to create an agent who will scan through all your meetings, prioritize your day, tell you, and I have done that, right, for myself. Tell me, I get a notification on my Telegram, right? Since Telegram is free. So I get what is there in my day. Every morning, 8 a.m., I get a Telegram ping, what's planned today. It scans my calendar, it scans my Gmail, it scans my Outlook. All these things, it scans and try to give me how my plan look like. Right. So you have all these connectors available, but it's only, I mean, it's a paid platform. I think you will get some free tickets, but yeah, it's a paid platform after you get your trial done. There is no open source, right? So only N8N. Why we are focusing on N8N? Because we want you to get equipped with N8N first. So practicing in your local, downloading into your local makes easy choice for you, right? And how to download? Again, I'll tell you the steps. I mean, what you need to do? Simply type on Google download N8N locally, right? The one which we are using is the browser version, but they have a very strong community support, right? This one. So you can follow these steps, right? Don't go with the Docker and all. Just follow these steps: npm install N8N, npm run build, npm link, right? N8N start. So whether you are using Mac, whether you are using Windows, follow these steps, right? You should have just Node installed. It will automatically ask you to install Node. Follow these steps. It will be downloaded in your local, right? So they have the very rich documentation. So it will run from your local same screen, right? Same screen you will see in your local instead of some cloud, it will be www/localhost and the port number, right? Something around 8,000, let's say, right? So port number, your local, and you will see all the same nodes over there also for practicing unlimited workflows. You can build it out. Right. So Zapier is good, easiest platform to start with, but limited options available, limited nodes available within the component. Make.com, I think I already showed you, it's broader than Zapier, right? It has lot of nodes. So if you want to start with not so heavy and you want to build just drag and drop similar things, starting with trigger actions and logics, you can go with Make.com also, but it's only a browser based. And finally, you have N8N, which has both. You can drag and drop in cloud version and you can have your own open source self-hosted version. Right. So why company adopt to N8N? The second reason I'll tell you, since it is open source, so company host this N8N onto their own server. So that notion, right, which is there in your minds that it is on N8N cloud is now already sourced on your cloud, right? So if I can install it locally like this, right, there are steps to install locally. What I have seen people, they installed on their company server. So every data is now into your company server. because it's a local hosted version in your company server, you upload anything, it is in remaining in your company. So, right? So a lot of people have hosted N8N into their company server. And there are a lot of clouds, which is third party clouds, which are also have, right? Hostinger N8N, if you type, you have these options to host N8N, right? See, self-hosted N8N, no code AI workflows, and they are providing you the infrastructure. So you have to pay for the infrastructure, what they are providing. If your company already has the infrastructure, host your own N8N. Why not? I have seen 1,000 people company have their N8N self-hosted. All the people uses that same server, right? So you can do that as well. Cool. So now N8N, more about that, right? We are done. How, what is N8N, how N8N is performing and all that stuff. Now let's talk about I mean, this is just the final version. What is easiest, most flexible, right? Cheapest. So you can compare these different platforms and we are choosing the N8N. Now we will be connecting to lot of applications before we go into the build part. We will be using something known as APIs. I hope most of you knows about API. Can I get a quick check in the chat? Yes or no? If you know about API, just say yes. If you don't know about API, so that I know what is the how level of depth I need to go. Okay, I can see many yes, but few knows as well. Okay, no matter. We will go. We will learn, right? We'll learn from the basic examples so that we can understand. Perfect. Active. So Ronit is, I believe, from the pharma background. I understand, Ronit, where you are coming. I know API also stand for active pharmaceutical ingredient, which these pharma companies make and sell to the foreign brands, if I'm not wrong, right? I correct interpreted correctly. So there is also an API in medical formulation, which is the molecule of the medicine they sell outside player of India. Right? So we call it as APIs there also, but this API is software related. We call it as application programming interface, right? This is the full form. But you don't need to remember the full form. You just need to imagine what is the role of API in any software system, right? So this is something like a bridge which we use to communicate between any two software apps, right? Two or multiple. I'll not restrict to two, but let's say I have a software A, I have a software B. I want them to talk to each other. I'll be using API to connect to them, right? So now what is API? API is like a waiter. Whenever you go to some restaurant, right, you have a waiter there, right? You don't directly go to kitchen and order. You don't directly talk to chef, right? I haven't done so far, right? I haven't interacted with chef that, hey, I want pizza and pasta and chef is bringing to my table, right? So we have a waiter whose job is to take your order, go back to kitchen. Once the order is prepared, bring back your food to the table. This is exactly what API is in a software world, right? It takes your request, go to the server, hit the server, get the response, right? The output or response, you can call it as, get the response and deliver to your application. So API is like your waiter in software system, and everything in this world, right? Communicate via API. So you might be using a lot of apps like maybe Paytm, District, Book My Show, right? To book a movie tickets. So I can go and book a movie ticket for the same theater for the same two seats which are available, let's say 10 and 11 for a particular movie, and it get blocked on all other apps. Right? If I booked, let's say 10th and 11th seat from one of the app, let's say make my or sorry, book my show, it will not be shown me to me in any other app. Right? That means everything is connected via API. So PVR is the one who is selling that or giving this API, right? Not selling, giving this API. So PVR is giving, Paytm has connected, Book My Show has connected, District has connected. Maybe tomorrow, if I go and say I am building some ticketing app, give me your API, PVR will happy to give me. Right? Same goes with flight ticketing, hotel ticketing. You can imagine the scenario, right? Everything works in this world via APIs. So we also want to connect with API with these systems, right? I want to connect with OpenAI API. I want to connect with Anthropic model. I want to connect with Gemini model, right? I want to use these models. I'll go to Gemini and say, hey, give me your API key. I'll pay you. for my usage. I'll go to OpenAI and say, hey, give me your API. I want to use your model, GPT-5. I'll go to Anthropic and say, give me your API. I want to use Opus model or maybe Sonnet model. So that way, everything works via API. So eventually, or I would say, once you start building these automations, what you need an active AI API, right? You may be using Open Router. I'll be using Open Router. If you don't know what is Open Router, I can quickly show you the website and why part, right? So Open Router is the unified interface for LLMs. And I love these messaging, right? I mean, in one line, I get to know what the platform do. So unified interface for LLMs. I have a single API key to connect to my different LLMs, right? I have a single API key. I have maybe 5 models. I want to connect to Google, OpenAI, Anthropic, any other model. I'll get all these choices. Obviously, the costing of each model will be different, but I have a single API. So I would say my efforts to get different players API if I want to use is reduced. I have a single API which I can go and connect to it. So you will be using API of a model, you will be using API of some systems, some third-party apps, right? Like WhatsApp, maybe Twitter, any platform which you want to integrate for your automation, I need to connect via API. So this is where API comes into the picture. So this allows you to build your automations to configure and think through the use case. Right, so all like next we are starting it only, so I'm starting building it out, and we will go through each and every question logically so that we can build, but these are just the tips. So first try to make on the paper, right, or some whiteboard, so that you can mimic the same thing in your actual use case, right? So this will help you figure it out. For example, right now, anything. So this is my hack version of it, I would say. I always start, if I'm thinking that I want to solve this problem, I'll try to make some blocks on a piece of paper with pen. Right, this is my go-to thing. But since I'm teaching you, I cannot make it on pen. I'll use some whiteboard. So you can use these things at your disposal so that you can brainstorm first and then you are actually building it out. So this is just for your reference, right? So for example, right now we are starting building it out. So I'll go to edit and I can directly start also, but I don't want to, right? So let's say I want to have a whiteboard, something like that set up, right? Where we together can brainstorm on this problem. So what is the problem? I'll tell you, same problem, right? Any company you take, your example you take, where you get lot of emails, right? I mean, you can be as an individual also you can get, or let's imagine the support company, right? Nika, Mintra, or any other product, they get lot of support tickets. So I know my first block will be, right, I'll have my this block. So this is my Gmail, right? Obviously this is my Gmail inbox. Next, right? Can anyone tell me, maybe you can also tell me in the chat, if I want to have, right? Let's say I have my second block. Once the email comes, what I'm looking for, right? You tell me what you do. If you do this thing manually, what do you do? What do you read in that email? How you classify any email, if that is important for you or if it is a junk for you, right? What do you do? What do you look at in the email for getting to know yourself that this should be important for me or it should go to the unknown, or I should delete it, I should do any action on top of it. So the major things, right? Major things that I have is what I read, and you will agree with me. I read maybe email ID. First thing I check is email ID, right? If you have any different opinion, just do let me know, right? Email ID, body, right? Body means the main body of my email, right? Maybe let's say, what else, right? Email, body, and subject. Why not, right? The subject of the email. So this is, once whenever I get some new email, right? For example, I'll open some of my inbox since we'll be demonstrating. So whatever mail I get in my inbox, right? Like for example, this screener.in, right? This is like a junk for me, right? Latest update, recorded 9 July, blah, 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 whatever it is. It is telling me, right? According to some screener dashboard that I might have, right? It might be useful, it might not be useful, but right now it is a junk for me, right? So I opened my Gmail inbox, I saw this email and I deleted this. I took this action manually. right? Second, also, it's kind of a, I would say, junk for me. Third, also, fourth, also, fifth, also. This is something looking, let's say, important for me, or other emails, right? So this is what I have connected. So what I do, I read via email body, subject, and the email ID itself, right? Email ID itself can tell me a lot of things. So now if I go next, right? Let's say this, I have read it. I need some intelligence layer, right? Because as of now, I am deciding whether it's an important for me by reading it, right? So I need some intelligence layer. I'll write here intelligence layer. Who is providing me intelligence layer? AI model, right? So I need some intelligence layer which should do what? Which should classify, right? So you ask this question to yourself, what I need to do, because then you will be able to better map it to anything. I need intelligence layer, which is AI model is providing me these intelligence layer. I'll make it a bold here, right? So AI model is providing what it will help me. It will help me classify it, right? I'll make this and I'll make multiple here. I want to classify now, right? I want to classify now, for example, this become a little small here. I'll delete and make one more, right? I want to classify, for example, right? I am thinking of connecting this as well, right? So don't consider the arrow part. Don't consider the arrow part. I'm just classifying it, right? So this is classifying to my this part, right? So this is, I am classifying that, hey, once you read the email, is it important for me? Is it important, right? Now you decide what is important. So I'll make definition of important for me, right? Like customer email, my counterfeit products, whatever, right? Whatever is important for you, you will be defining. I'll be defining that important for me. If it is non-important, or let's say promotional, right? If it is promotional, or having something like subscriptional, right? That your subscription is getting out, delete it, maybe, right? I don't want subscription email. Okay, I got an information, that is fine. I want to take an action. I want to delete it, right? So I can say delete this emails. I can important, if it is important, I can say reply to those emails, right? Reply, or maybe draft email. Right. This is something I am visualizing. If I want an AI agent who is sitting in my Gmail inbox, and I have automatically automated my inbox right now in this use case, right? So similarly, you can imagine your WhatsApp. Similarly, you can imagine your any other use case. So if it is an important, do this. If it is promotional, do this. If it is something else, do this. So I have little bit of categories, and I have my this mental picture which I wanted to create. So once I can do it on my pen and paper, I can try to mimic same thing into automation tool, right? So same thing now also we will do it. First is my inbox, right? My triggering point. So what I'll do, I'll go to my n8n, I'll start from the new, right? Now you know this is my canvas. And by the way, let me add the manual trigger just to show you, right? If I click on this, I don't have anything else, so it shows workflow successfully executed. Once I have built this, for example, I have built my Gmail automation, it is running 24/7. I can see all my runs in my executions. So second tab, executions, tells me which all runs happened at what time. This is kind of a logging, right? So I can see June 21, 15/6, right, which is 3/6 p.m. I got my this triggered workflow successfully executed in today's date and this time. So as soon as I keep on clicking or having these successful runs, right? Imagine I have complete workflow. I get these evaluations, executions inside this tab. So I can monitor it, which one ran. Evaluation is something you can imagine where you can test, right? Though it is not used much, but in some use cases where you run machine learning, right, where you have test cases, right, not just machine learning, you want to have different test use cases, then you can have these evaluations, right? Like let's say you're doing sentiment classification. My model is doing positive, negative. I have some test use case and I want to test it out. So you can give a actual labels and you can have a prediction label and you can do these test cases and you can build this up. So not much used, but this editor is where we will be working most widely. Now, I know this is my mental picture. I'll only focus on my first block, which is my Gmail trigger. Now you know any workflow cannot be started without a Gmail trigger or without any trigger. I'll click on set. What triggered this workflow? This is an app event, right? I know already because I know this is a third party app. This is not a schedule. This is not an API. This is not form. So I will search for, I'll go with on app event and I can search for Gmail. And I can directly also search Gmail because I only have one trigger for my Gmail. Only one trigger on message received. I'll click on this, right? You see, once I click on this, you'll see this dialog box. But let's say, let me close. If I want to reopen it again, I just need to double click on that node. Just double click, right? If I double click on this, I'll get the same setting. Now you see, right, we have multiple accounts connected. So you can also set it this up for your multiple Gmail accounts. Right? A lot of people who are using this account, we have multiple mentors, mentees who have, mentors who have connected their account. Right? So we have Dilip, my account is connected, but you want to do it on your side for the very first time. There is something called create new credential. If I click on this, it will show me simple sign in with Gmail, right? It will follow it on the new tab, select your relevant Gmail account, which you want to automate, right? Which you want your email to be read. You need to give permission. Now, again, right? A lot of people get me this question. It is reading my emails. What about privacy, right? Anyten is a very big company. So they take care of all the encryption, all these security layer of it. And since, right, I am using a lot of apps which are already using reading my emails. I mean, I am using Cred on my personal account, right? So, I mean, my credit card accounts, my bank accounts are totally on different emails. That is how I have set it up. But already I have given these permission to my Cred like app who is reading my Gmail inbox for getting my credit card bills. So there are already a lot of tools which are already using. So N10 is one of them, and this is very big company, well-funded company, right? So I trust them. So there is a trust angle which will come in. So that's where you decide which account you need to connect to it, right? I have given my access to my main inbox also, this one, because this is not connected to my any banks or anything else. So I am free to choose this one or this one, anything I can do. And you can have multiple accounts also connected to it, right? So once you click on it, it will ask you permission that N8N wants to read your inbox, right? Like without reading, how it will classify it. So Cred also reads my email. There are multiple other platforms. I think some other platform also reads my email for doing something, right? To get my inbox, or so to get my bills and all. So that way you need to give this permission. Let's say I gave this permission. I already have my account connected. Now see, the second setting is poll time. How frequently it should look in your inbox, right? Again, if I am running a company size, like let's say I'm running some e-commerce company, right? I have an e-commerce store. I know I get 100 emails per hour, which is very common for them, right? Like they get 5,000, 10,000 emails in one day as their customer support. I know this better, right? So you can set it up that when you want to check your email after every 1 minute, after every 1 hour, after every one day, week, and so on, right? I mean, this doesn't make any sense. So either I can choose every minute, I can choose every hour. Anything I can do, right? That every minute go and check my inbox if there is a new email or not. So I can set it up on every minute also, right? And how many emails you can think it of, you can get the maximum limit, right? According to my email, in a minute, I cannot go or I cannot get more than 10 emails, right? So 10 is fine for me. So this is my kind of setting for me, right? So if I execute this, right, I have this on my top email as of now, right? This is sitting on my top inbox. I got this email out, which is nothing but from google.com, right? Which I know is kind of a junk for me, right? So I've got my from where it has come. This is my to ID on which it has come. It has all some metadata, right? All Gmail ID, which I'll be using going forward, thread ID, Gmail ID is there, mail ID is there, and I have my body parameter as well, right? So my first node where my Gmail inbox is, when my mail is coming and getting read here is done, right? So let me send an email only to it, right? That way we'll be able to get that use case better, right? So let me send it only from my side, right? Let me send it to this email ID. I'll create some scenario, AI project consultancy, for example, right? Hi, Devaj. I am building some AI solution for current CCTVs. Let's say I'm just cooking up some random use case, right? I'm building some AI solution for current CCTVs where we can detect some motion and classify it, right? Classify it into categories. For example, I need your help and we can discuss, right? When is the best time to connect? Let's say someone is sending me when is the best time to connect. Thanks. Let's say Amit, I'm taking any random co-founder, blah blah, CCTV. Cool. I just made any random email or scenario, right? This is coming to my inbox. I'm building something in this AI space. I need your request or consultancy done, right? I have sent it out. So now this should be my top email in my inbox, right? Which is I have connected to this. Ideally, when I execute this, if it is already received, I will get that into my top inbox, right? I'll just execute. And now if you remember, right, I am building this workflow, I am testing it out. So I have to run this manually, right? It is not checking every minute as of now, since this is not published, right? I haven't built it already. If I go and publish it, from that point of time, it is automated. From that point of time, I don't have to come to this screen ever. And it will be running in autopilot mode 24/7. Right now, I am building it, right? Right now, there is nothing on the screen. I'm building it out. So I have to execute this workflow by manual clicking it. So I clicked it, I got the same email out, right? I got my this email out, which is telling me, okay, if I double click on this also, you can see the output here as well, right? I can see the entire output, which I have got, right? Subject is there, from is there, and so on. Perfect, right? My first step is done. I wanted my Gmail inbox to be connected to get my emails, and I'm done with it. Now, as I told you, right, if I go to my inbox, if I'm doing this manually, I'll be reading email, body, subject, and trying to figure it out whether it is important for me or it is non-important for me, right? So you as an individual know what is important for you, what kind of emails you get in your inbox or in your company, right? All of that. So I want to automate my customer support system automatically. This is what I'm trying to target here. Now, next thing, right? If I click on this, and now you need to understand, to achieve this part, right? I need some intelligence layer, because AI can read my email, AI can understand my business, it can make a sense out of it whether it will be important for me or not. Right? So there is no logic here, right? There is no if else here. I want AI to read it. I want my AI to understand what kind of email that is belonging to. So what happens next if I click? I know this there will be some intelligence layer needed here. So I'll click on AI. I can go with simple AI agent. I can go with any of these models also, but there are built-in chains. So you see basic LLM chain, information extraction change. Like if I want to extract some information, question answer chain, sentiment analysis, if I want to do sentiment, text classifier, right? This is something matching mostly, right? So it can be built via normal AI agent also. AI agent is reading my email because I already got my email here. right? AI agent is reading and then giving me the response. Yes, but I have again predefined chain itself created here. Text classifier, classify your text into distinct categories. This is what I wanted, and we already have a chain which automatically will be needing some model, some AI model, right? So it is already using AI as a model in it. So this way you can visualize this entire thing. So I can use any AI chain, right? Any AI model, which is you can see here. You can standalone use, let's say OpenAI. Let's say you say I want to use OpenAI model. You can use Messenger model also. If you have OpenAI model, I'll connect to this OpenAI model. This is again, I need to give my OpenAI credential and I need to choose a model, and then it will be classifying it, whether it's an important or not important for me, right? Same process. I just need to give a model. Here also I need to give a model. So I can give OpenAI model, I can give Gemini model, I can give Anthropic model, whichever API I have, I can give that. Right? Since I am using Open Router, I have my Open Router key, right? You see here, Open Router key. Now I am free to choose any of these models. I have multiple models, right? I have all Anthropic models. I have my DeepSeek models. I have my Gemini models within single API key. And I have my OpenAI models, right? I'm using OpenAI GPT 4.1 mini, which is the cheapest one, right? Cheapest model, I would say, very low cost. But if I want to connect, I can show you, right? You just need to get your API key. Let's say you say, I want to connect new model. Simply create new credential, put your API key here, click on save, you are done. Right? So this is what you need to do. I already have connected. I just need my API keys to connect to this model. Right? I'm done with it. So I got my best selected model done. Right? As of now, I'm done with the model connection part. You say, no, I want to use OpenAI model, right? You click on this, you go to OpenAI model, right? Let's say, for example, you say I have an OpenAI API key. You click on this, you have OpenAI model also connected. This also require you just API key, right? And how to get that? I think that's very simple, right? Go to platform, OpenAI API. I'm just showing you if you want to. Gemini API is free, I think, right? You can go and get the Gemini API key as well. For some usage, it is free. So you go to this platform, try to log in your account, right? Not chat gpt, I want to log into API platform, right? You'll get the API key, right? Go to your API key section, create new API key. This is already I have created for myself. Create new API key, get the API key token, copy that, go to n8n and paste it, right? So this is where API comes into the picture, that every model is connected via APIs. Right? And you should have, I mean, credits, right? I mean, you should have a billing inside your this key, right? Else it will not work. This is not free. OpenAI API key is not free. You need some credits. Even Open Router needs some credits. So all your API keys are paid ones. So you can check it out. Right? I think I must be having some, I don't know. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, you can check it out. Right? Yeah, I have something around $9. So you should have some minimum balance of about $5 in this to use that API key. So no API key is free, by the way, right? Apart from Gemini, every API key is paid one. So you need to have either Open Router, either Open API, anything you want to connect, whatever model, you should have that connected, right? So this is now connected. Yes, GPT 5.1 mini. Now I got my email. I have my text classifier. If I double click on this, right, how I decide to classify my text. We just discussed this in our whiteboard, right? What are the things which make me decide that this is an important email for me, right? Email ID, body means your snippet, one of the same thing, and the subject, right? These three things I will give same to the model, same to the AI model, right? Why not? I'll give same to the AI model that, hey, you need to classify the text, go and read the body, go and read the subject, dash, and the, let's say, from, right? From whom this email came. Sometime if it is from www some lottery at the rate.com, right? I know this is junk, this is spam, right? You won $10,000 lottery and all. So I know this is spam, right? So I will have the from also in my text to classify, right? Which text I need to classify. So I'll give my body parameter, which will I'll pass it to my body tab, right? I just need to drag and drop. That's the beauty of anytime, right? Just you need to drag and drop from the left hand side. Subject. I have a subject, AI project consultancy. Just take this and drag and drop. From whom this email came, I'll just drag and drop to this. Right, so I got my body, I got, if you see here, right, I got my body, I got my subject, I got my from, I just type this and drag and drop these values. You can see the values in the result option, right? So this becomes my dynamic. Every time new email comes, I have my I have my new email and body and subject coming in. Now you see something called add categories. Definitely I want to add, right? I want to add multiple categories because I know my email inbox better, right? So I can make, let's say, uh, customer inquiry, right? Slash support or support, right? Anything it can be. And this is most important for me, customer inquiry or customer support. Second, for example, let's say mentoring request, right? For example, I'm taking second category, which I know according to my company inbox, I get these kind of emails, right? Mentoring request. Third, I'll take, let's say, newsletters, right? If anything, newsletters coming to my inbox, right? What I need to do in that case, let's say newsletters and promotions, or I can create a different category for promotions, right? Different one, promotions. So I have already created my two categories, three categories, four categories, in fact, right? I know my Gmail that this is most important for me. This is second most important for me, for example, newsletters. And out of newsletters also, it might some which I read, some are junk to me. So I can create if else here afterwards, right? That we can do it. And I have my promotions. Now you need to describe to tell AI what is important for you, right? This is where I'll be more verbose in my system. And obviously, you can use ChatGPT to derive or to define those criteria, right? You should be having good description here, right? I will be, in the interest of time, I'll be writing one or two lines, but you should write proper descriptions, right? Any emails which talks about project help, right? For example, project help, project consultancy, AI projects, AI consultancy, right? So try to have a proper scenario, right? Any emails which talks about project help, project consultancy, AI projects, AI consultancy, AI project building, etc., should be classified into this category. Right? So I have given, I'll copy this so that I can use the template. But yeah, I have given the category, what is customer inquiry or support, what is important for me, any emails which talks about that, right? Mentoring one, I'll just change a bit, right? Talks about education, mentoring, mentoring or career related, right? Career related, etc., should be classified into this category. Fine, right? I mean, I'm just making one liner, but yes, as I told you, go little deep, try to capture most of the scenarios according to your inbox, right? Newsletters, again, I can have something like which talks about news updates, right? News updates, weekly newsletters, right, etc., should be classified into this category. Promotionals, and let's say I'll create subscriptions, renewals, and renewals, I'll keep this and same renewals, right? This is for my category, right? So this is, I can create anything, right? Name of a category is just for yourself, for your understanding. And now final category what I have is if it's talk about any emails which talks about, right, promotions, discount coupons, right, some sales, subscriptions, etc., should be classified into this category, right? I just want to delete these emails. Whatever is falling under category 4, even in category 3, I can branch it out what is important for me, but I want to take an action is delete those emails, right? This is what I want. Now, if I execute this step, right, I will have my category defined, right? So you see, it has all the 4 categories which I created. I can keep on creating as per me, and it has customer inquiry or this branch, right? So it is not done. It has not done anything on my Gmail side. It is not done on Gmail. This is happened here in this tab, right? So I have all these 4 categories defined. I have my AI intelligence layer, AI model here, who is reading my emails, which is text to classify, and defining under any one of these categories. Category 1, category 2, category 3, category 4, and let's say other. Now you want to have a use case which is not falling under any of these 4, create one other. Which is not part of any of these 3, create as an other option, right? You can create that. Now, this is simpler for me, right? I'll do some action here, which is, let's say I click on plus button here, right? You see what happens next. I know I need to use some action in app. I already showed you actions, right? Trigger, logic, actions. These are the only 3 things, right? There is no logic in promotional one. I mean, I generally don't go with any of the offers and all. I want to delete this, right? I'll search for Gmail. I'll click on this. I get all these 26 actions, right? All these 26 actions. I want to simply delete this message, right? I have delete a message, right? I have a delete a message. I already connected my Gmail account in my first step. I'll select that. Operation is delete. And now you see it is asking me message ID. I already have this message ID in my trigger. You just need to again do what? Drag and drop. So all N8N is all about drag and drop, right? So now anytime, right? Let's say I publish it out, I built the entire thing. Anytime I get a new email, if it is under promotional categories, which is I have defined what any emails which talks about promotional discount coupons, some sales, subscription, etc. should be classified into this category. Automatically, it will get deleted. So my inbox is getting cleaned, right? All of us know how bulky our Gmail inboxes are. So it will get cleaned. And I can do it for my previous also, previous emails, right? Like all my past emails. I can use something called get many messages. Get many, it will fetch more than 500 and I can clean my inbox according to that also. Now newsletter, right? Newsletter also I can take some action, delete and all. But you say to me that, hey, Divij, I want only 2 types of newsletter to be there. Rest it should go away. Then you know, right? You need a condition here, if else. Simply go to flow and add your if else. Why not? Right? If it is from, let's say, batch.com, right? You will always get those newsletters from a particular domain. So if it is from batch.com is equal to, right? If, I mean, this is coming from, let's say, deeplearning.ai, right? So if it is there, I can have more options, right? I can have add options, add condition, and error. So this is as good as what I am writing a code for me, right? And it is coming from, let's say, alpha signal is equal to string, right? This is equal to string alpha signal dot AI, whatever. Alpha signal dot AI, right? If it is true, then do nothing. If it is false, if it is not under these categories, then again I can have it. Now you can make a sense out of it, right? Action in app. I'll search for Gmail. I can search for Gmail, delete a message. If it is anything else, delete that email. Done. Right? These two are very simple. I have created these two for myself, right? True means do nothing. I don't want to do anything. If it is alpha signal, if it is batch.ai, do nothing. If it is true, no action required. If it is false, delete it. Done, right? So similarly, you can do for all other things. Now, the most important thing for me is customer email, right? The customers one, which it got classified into customer inquiry and support bot. What I need to do, first of all, I need to again create a label, right? If I go and search for Gmail, you just read all the actions, right? Read all the actions, add a label to message, delete a message, get many messages. As of now, I need to create a label, right? So that tomorrow your team comes, they can filter it out, right? See, I have all these things. Counterfeit products. I have one email in this. I have customer inquiry. I have these many emails in this. Feedback. Let's say this is a feedback email. Your customer has given you a feedback, right? Positive, negative, whatever. Right? Newsletter. I have my newsletters. So you can imagine that I want to create these labels. Either I can create manually, right? Let's say I created manually, let's say customer support, right? I already have customer inquiry, customer support. Let me delete this first. Remove label, right? Customer support, remove label. For example, right? Customer support ticket is there. I want to create customer inquiry. So one thing is I can do it manually, but you say no, I want to do it automatic way. So I can create a label first, right? So whenever you feel that it's a customer email, customer inquiry, go to Gmail, search for Gmail, create your label, right? So I'll go and click on create a label, add a label or create a label, right? So create a label. I'll go and select create a label, find what is the label name? Customer inquiry, right? This is my name of my label, right? Customer inquiry. I now execute this step, done, right? So it has created this label, which should be there in my Gmail inbox, right? Which should got added automatically, right? I should refresh it and it should have got added customer inquiry into my label section, right? You can see here, customer inquiry. Now I will add a label, right? Anytime my inbox get classified, I created a label, right? This is one time process. So what I can do, I can always tell it, right? This is already created. So I'll tell you what I need to change. Execute once, or I would say continue, right? Continue it. I don't want to stop it because this is already created it. If Gmail finds there is already label created in this, it will give you error that, hey, this label already exists. And I am telling this, whenever you encounter this, continue it. Don't stop your workflow, continue it, right? Because I know this will continue. This label already existed. I already created. And now you just need to add a label, right? I just click on Gmail, add label to messages. Now it will add the label to my messages, right? The first task it will do is add a label, message ID. I know which is my message ID, drag and drop. What label you need to add? All these are the labels in my inbox, right? The relevant label for this is customer inquiry and let's say important. I added two labels. I execute the step. If I go back to my inbox, if I go and refresh it, right? You can imagine, I'll delete this, right? You refresh it, I have my customer inquiry and important emails, right? This is the email I have gotten. I got my customer inquiry and important emails got added. And anytime you can filter all your emails from your Gmail also. So that's the best thing you have got for your inbox, right? So I have my customer inquiry and important emails defined. So till this step, I was able to proceed, right? It will keep on increasing. Now I'll just zoom out a bit, right? So you see here, this I have created for my branch one, that create a label. After creating a label, add a label to my messages. So till this point, right? If you see here, I have added till this point, we are done. This is important for me. We are done. Now I want to draft a reply, send it to back to my customer so that customer is happy, right? There is a team who is acknowledging my request, right? If it is a promotional, delete it. This is, I think we have already done. This piece we have already done it. So done, right? Add a label. Now I will again go same process, right? Again and again. Action in app, action in app. I want now something, first of all, right? Before even action in app, I want some again intelligence layer here, right? Who will write these replies? AI will write, right? How I want Chat GPT, whenever we want to draft a reply, I copy my email, come to Chat GPT, tell it, right, that, hey, draft me an email. This is my situation. And it gives me a draft reply. Same way, right? I now need again an intelligence layer who will draft these emails, right? Create a label, add a label is done. This is my AI model who was classifying it. Again, I need some AI model to draft an email, right? I can use AI agent for that. The reason is I get a lot of other things with my AI agent, right? I can attach tools, I can attach memories so that it can remember all our previous conversation if it is happening in the same thread and so on. So I will attach AI agent here, right? Because this is an automated way. It is by default saying, right? Let's say, let me open it, right? By default, if I double click on this, it is connected to chat trigger node. No, I'm not using any chat trigger node, right? I'll just click on define below. That's it. Now I need to give again the system message, right? I mean, if you know about AI, we have already seen a lot into AI that we have two types of prompts, system prompt and user prompt. System prompt is always fixed. And in this case, this should be about my company, right? It should be about my company, who I am, what we do, because it needs to reply, right? It needs to get a reply to this customer inquiry. It should know about my company. It should know about my persona, who I am, what we do, what is our company, what is size, at what time we are available. Then only it can reply to this inquiry. If it doesn't know, how AI will reply? So I need to give all these details in my system prompt. And again, how to get these prompts? I think now we are already know how to use ChatGPT and all. I can simply get a prompt. Why not? Right? Get use ChatGPT. Right? We are, let's say, Thinklitics. I'll just define few use cases. We are Thinklitics AI who is into providing AI project execution, consultancy, uh, project project execution, etc. Right? I'll just type execution, etc. Give me a prompt. Give me a prompt for an customer support email expert, right? Customer support email expert who will reply to customer inquiries according to their emails, right? According to their emails. Now, what you have to do is tell about your business. If you have your website, right, the best way is to give your website, tell about your business. We are into project consultancy, blah, 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 whatever, right? So give you all your details. I'm not giving, give me prompt as of now. Right. So it will have a prompt for this, right? Role, you are a senior support client executive at Thinklitics AI consulting development training, which is fine, right? Thinklitics AI about it has mentioned each and everything, which is what we do, right? Understand the intent, right? Classify the email type into which part, what it is, draft a response. I don't want a classification, right? So I'll simply say, I just want step three, right? I don't want classification or anything. I just want it to understand intent and draft reply. Right. So I get a final prompt. You are a customer support client success executive. Thinklitics provide this instruction. Carefully read the customer email, understand the customer intent question, which is very good. Identify the customer sentiment, draft a clear, professional, helpful response. If information is missing, politely ask for the required details, right? Response style, output format, brief summary about the customer intent, and so on. Let's say I want this much, right? I'll copy this, my prompt, right? I'll copy this exact prompt and paste it here, right? This is what exactly I want. This is exactly what I want, right? That you are this. you have to draft an email response, right? I'll add few liners here. Be precise in your email drafts, right? Some information also I can add, like we operate between, let's say, 9 to 6 p.m. Right, I've given this. Now, one more thing I need to change, which I'll show you later, right? First, let it do it, right? And now it got some system message, right, about us, what we do, what we are into. It has to generate a reply. So user message is nothing but my subject or as my based on snippet, right? Based on this only, it has to provide me and reply of this, right? So I'll just provide body, right? Or user email, user body, whatever you can type, right? User email body. This is your user email body and user subject. And I'll have my user subject, right? Which is coming from our beginning itself. So now you see, right? I have added intelligence layer. I need to attach a model also, right? I need to attach same model. I'll use GPT 4.1 mini. So I'll use open router, GPT 4.1 mini, and now my agent is connected, right? So you see here, agent will be reading these emails. It knows about my company and it will be classifying the output. Okay, I need to change the credentials here, right? GPT 4.1 mini. If I now click on execute this step, it will be reading these emails. It has got my system message, right? It will be having the output, right? Hi, AI project manager, say, hi, customer name. Thank you for reaching it out. Division and Thinklytics AI, right? It has to take my customer email from this name itself, right? I have to now change it that, hey, customer name should be there in my email, right? Take that from my customer mail itself, right? There is a customer email. When should I have best time to connect? All of that, right? So it has the entire snippet, which is talking about the customer email. Okay, there is no name, but I think I added a name. It has not come with the name, right? This was their name, right? Uh, okay. Let me run it once more. Right, best time to connect. Interesting. Why it has not taken this one? Okay, interesting. Let me draft one more email. This is strange, right? Ideally, it takes all entire email. I'll draft it once more. Let's test it out. Why it is not making the entire email. Yeah, I'll send it from my another account, right? Which we want to test. I'll send it from my different account to this email ID, which we have connected, right? Thanks, Amit Sharma. AI project execution help needed, let's say. This is strange. I don't know why it has not taken send, right? So this is the email that I have sent. This should be there. Now I will fetch it out. Right? Till now, I think it should be able to. I'll fetch it. Okay, I think something else is there on my inbox. Yeah. Right. I got some other emails also, but yeah, I got now this email. Yes, AI project help execution needed. So I need this email to be there. Done. When is the best time to connect? Okay, but yeah, I'm not sure why it is not picking it up the entire email. Right? Ideally, it should pick it up this also because this is part of my body. Is it something not? showcasing me. Let me also see it here. Yeah, I think this is taking only till this part. Okay, I'll take the customer name from the email ID. I mean, I can do that hacky way, but ideally it should have picked it up the entire email. I don't know why it is not picking up. This is strange, right? Thanks and regards part. Okay, so what I can do is I can pick it up from here because I want a customer name, right? So I want it either from fetched it from the email ID, right? Or I want it from my email body itself if customer is signing it off. So everything is same, everything is right, but I wanted it to have, right, this piece of information also, right? Because it is when is the best time to connect. Because I'll always, if I don't have a name, I'll try to get this high customer name, right? Since if it is not there, I can add a backup here, try to get, right? If it is not there, if you don't find, right, these are the edge cases which we need to build. Ideally, it should come. I don't know why N8N is not giving me those parameters. Ideally, it should come. It usually comes, right? So if you don't find name of a person, right, I can give it in my instruction. If you don't find a name of a person in email, try to get it from email ID, which he used for sending email, right? Since I have Zenith Career something something, so it will address from that account, but still it will not be a drawback. Plus second thing, right? Second thing, I'll add one more thing. If you see here subject, right? It will help. It is derived. That is how the chat GPT also works, right? If you have ever used chat GPT and you have asked, right, like for example, draft me an email for generative AI workshop, right? I'm just taking any use case just to showcase you, right? There is always a subject which is AI generated draft, right? You have the email, but you always get a subject. But in this case, I don't need a subject because I am replying, right? I am replying. So subject will always be there. Who is sending me, right? Who is sending me? It is there already. I don't want a subject, right? So I will also add this line, right? So this is what I left it for, right? These are all your edge cases. I got one edge cases if you don't find email ID, which the person is sending from. And one I can add is don't give me subject. I don't want subject, right? I just want your output to be just the body that I need to reply. And I will, one more I will add is don't use asterisks and hashtags, right? Though it is not using, but for the safer side, I have mentioned this also. So I have added few constraints, right? So few constraints I have added, though it knows about me, about our company. We have given the context, what it needs to do, precise email, we operate between this and this time, and so on. Now, if I execute this step, ideally it should extract from the customer name. Right. Thank you for reaching out. I would be happy to discuss AI projects involving motion detection and classification of CCTV. Could you please share your availability and then we can schedule a convenient time to connect? Looking forward for your response. Best regards, Thinkletics AI. Now I'll change one more thing, right? One more last thing because I know about it. Best regards, right? Most of your AI models, this is my observation, you can test it out. Most, right? 95% of the times you will find best regards. I don't want to sound it like this is an AI generated. I can add one more rule, right? Don't use subject, don't use this. Always end email with thanks and regards, right? Not best regards. And Thinkletics support, Thinkletics AI support team. Right. So this is where that real testing comes in before you fix your automation. Right. So I have tested it out multiple times. And now this is best what I am looking for. Right. This is absolutely as per my convenience. I have a very short email. Customer is getting the reply within that part. Right. I mean, still now it is generated. And the next step I can do is again, action in app. I can search for Gmail. Now, again, you have two options here, right? Either you can send it as a draft or I can directly send to a message, right? Either I can save it in my draft. If you are someone who wants to manually read and then only send, then you can create a draft. I am someone, I want to reply to a message, right? So I can simply go select my account, right? Operation reply, message ID, which we already know this is coming from this ID. This email is my text. So I will use this is my output. Right, you see /n/n, it will be automatically decoded by my Gmail that this is a new line character. And if I now execute this step, automatically reply will be sent. Right. So this is what I wanted to have. Right. This is what I wanted to have. Workflow has changed by someone. Okay. Overwrite. Right. So now I have got this and this has successfully executed. I'll save this also workflow Gmail. And if I refresh it here, ideally I should see some reply. Right. I think multiple times it has sent. Right. You see here, hi, thank you for reaching out. I would be happy to discuss your AI project motion detection. Please let me know your availability. Looking forward to collaborating with you. Thanks and regards. Thinkletics AI support team. Right. I already got a reply automatic way in this manner. Right. I got this reply via AI generation. If you want to save it onto your drafts, instead of reply, I'll be using draft as an email. Right now, you want to extend it further. That I leave up to you, right? I mean, you keep on extending it. Let's say you want an important email notification coming to your Slack. So there now action in app. You want to search for Slack, right? Let's say you are using Slack app, you got an email customer inquiry and it has been sent. You get notified on Slack or maybe on WhatsApp, right? Send a message. I can see all these messages. Send a message. My account is connected. Send a message that, hey, user, what message you want to connect? You got some new customer inquiry, right? I'm getting notified. I have sent it a Gmail already, an inbox, and so on, right? So modification now you can keep on doing, right? So this is where I mean you keep on extending this workflow till whatever level, right? I can extend, keep on extending it. Tools I can give to my agent, right? If it needs to search on the internet, for example, it needs to search for the company itself, right? Like the co-founder, right? Let's say the co-founder has given its company name also in the email that I am from this company. I want my AI agent to do some web search. Why not? I'll go to tool, I'll search for web search, right? You'll see the web search tool, which is I'll search for it, right? You see here, search API tool, get the real-time Google Maps images. I have my internet SERP API. I can use my this tool, right? I have another tool called Tavily API. I can use Tavily API, which is allowing me to search on the internet or the web about these companies. Now, how to discover these tools? Again, it's a chat GPT away, right? It's a chat GPT away. I'll just type, I need to connect my AI agent to web. What are some free or paid tools available? Right. How to discover is something we all have these, right? So web search, Google like search, Tavily API, Serper API, Brave Search API. Now you say I want to connect Brave Search API since I'm using Brave browser. You will be able to find that, right? If I search for Brave, ideally I'll be able to find that Brave search tool. Search web using Brave search, right? You need to get your credential, API key, bring your API key, connect to it. Now your AI agent can do the web search also about that company. So you can keep on extending this use case as per your requirement. But this, what we wanted to build an automated way, right? Like the Gmail inbox body, it should be able to read your email, get it classified, intelligence layer, first of all, categorizing, and then making a reply according to it, right? Same thing we have mimicked it over here. So I have my Gmail trigger getting started. Here I am deleting a message. Here I have my if else condition. If it is not falling under those two criteria of batch.com and alpha signals, right? So don't do it any action. If it is true, ideally it should be or, not and, right? Or, right? Either of these two, right? So I don't want to and of it. I want or of this, right? It is either batch or alpha signal. Don't do anything. If it is false, delete it. Right now, if it is customer inquiry, label it, add a label, define it, reply to it. And now you can keep on extending to further parameters, right? So this is where we created end-to-end workflow. And now the only thing I need to do is publish. I'm done. I have tested it out, right? Any new email comes to my inbox, it is getting classified. If I click on execute, it is already having the latest email. If now anyone sends any new email, it will get triggered and get classified. So I can publish it, right? Once I publish it, it will be running 24/7. Right? You see here, your workflow will now regularly check Gmail for events and trigger the execution for them. So I don't have to worry about it, right? Since I don't want, I already have, so I'll unpublish it. But once you publish it, it is running 24/7. And that is kind of an automation loop that you have created. You can monitor your executions over here, right? So yes, I think with that, I think that was the last part. But yeah, the major three components which we discussed in detail was triggers, automations, right? I mean triggers, your actions, and your logical connectors, right? So these are your three major anatomy of any automations. You go and find the relevant trigger, build the logic, take the action. So what I want, I'll share this workflow right with you guys. What I want every one of you to do is I'll share. I can download this by the way, right? I'll download this. Once you are done with today's session, go and try it out, right? Gmail JSON. Download this. What you need to do on your side is go to your N8N, click on create workflow button, right? Once you click on this button, there is an option called import from file. If you click on import from file, this is the entire workflow that I created. If you open it, you'll get all these things. You need to connect your Gmail, connect your model, right? Open router model. If you want to change, you know how to do it, right? Just delete this, attach any other model, connect your AI agent with this, rest everything will be same, right? So you can have this connected in your N8N. You just need to import. So I'll share it in the chat before I just hand it over to Karthik again, right? So you got the point how you need to pursue this. You just need to come, upload it, and you can build it. And I think I've already showed you for practicing, go to N8N templates, right? Go to this N8N template, just search for this. You have the entire community with more than 7,000 workflows, right? In different areas. Start with the simple ones, right? Build an AI confidence coach for women, use skills. Let's say you want to build something in now, if I search for marketing, right? You say marketing, you have for marketing. Summarize YouTube videos from transcript, right? Very simple, simple, right? You take some YouTube video link, it will summarize it, send it to your Gmail, send it to your WhatsApp, send it to your Slack, whatever. So try these small products, right? You just need to copy this template, go back to your N8N, right? Create a workflow, control V inside this, right? If I control V, I got my entire workflow, right? You see here, now I just need to connect my credentials wherever it is required. So this step you need to follow in that workflow also. I'll just quickly share so that you can download this before we enable the chat part, right? So I have shared it in the chat. I think it was sent to host and panelist. I'll share it to everyone. Just give me a second. So it is sent to everyone. And yes, with that, Karthik, over to you.
All right, lovely. Folks, we've launched the CSAT poll. You know the drill. Do let us know what you thought about the session as well. I hope you found it insightful and, now we'll not do mundane tasks anymore manually. Uh, that is something that I definitely believe you should be able to do it. Before I get into the bonuses that I have promised you, before I get into it, uh, where's the link? Didn't get the PDF. It's already shared with everyone. Devish, can you share it once again with everyone? Folks, just
The
look in the chat.
N8N.com.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I
anytime one.
already. Right? Yep. Gmail.json. You just need to download this file. Yes, I shared it.
All right. So before Divij, we get done with the session, um, wanna understand if you have any advice for our learners in terms of automations that how should they go about? Like I know you already shared the N10 workflows that are available, but anything like because a lot of people are like I don't want to use the paid models. I want to use free to learn and then get into paid. So what can they go about it?
I think first thing you can download this N10 part, right? If you want to, after 14 days, obviously, once you are out of that trial period. And in the models, I would say, right? I mean, you have only Gemini. So I think I showed you for OpenAI. I can quickly tell you how to get, right? So you need to search Google AI Studio, right? You just need to search in your tabs, in your browser. This provides you some free credits of API. So instead of OpenAI model, instead of Open Router model, if you want completely free to practice, go here and get your API key, right? So once you are into Google AI Studio, here you can get your Gemini API key, right? So I think you go to this, right? You just need to add your billing details. It will be free for you right here. So you need to create your API key, give it a name, and you will get your API key, which you can use inside your N10, right? Instead of now this model, right? Instead of OpenAI or Open Router, you just need to select the Gemini one. That's it, right? So here we used open router key, not this one, right? Gmail one, if I open, right? So instead of using any other model, you just need to come, you need to delete this, select the model, go to Gemini, right? Google Gemini chat model, get that API key and connect it here. So that way you can use free model API key up to some extent, right? It is not completely free. Up to very great extent, you will be able to. Plus, you can have this N10 downloaded in your local. So both way you can try it out, these two things.
All right,
And yeah,
lovely. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much, Divij. Can we have thanks, Divij, or thank you, Divij, in the chat? By the way, I've already shared the resources. I hope no one now is going to come and ask me about resources. I've shared the drive link already. Please click on it and open. Someone is asking for your LinkedIn,
then
Divij.
yes, definitely. I'll share, and yes, happy to answer all your questions if you have. You can connect me, and I keep on posting on N10. I mean, I have posted few videos, few agents videos on my YouTube also, so you can go and check it out. I think it has went away in the chat, but yeah, I think you will find in the chat. Share it once more. So yeah, thank you everyone. It's free. Ankit, it is totally free. N10 is free in your local if you download it.
Yes, don't worry. You can host it locally. It's free, but yeah, API keys may not be free, but yeah, anytime can be free.
Yeah.
But
N10 is
just
free API.
Just as a heads up, folks, that when you're doing N10 locally, there are certain different changes, especially when you are trying to log in. So for those reasons, you will have to go to console, get auth, all of those reasons. For that, you can talk to GPT. You will be able to do it. Trust me, the first time I did it, I did not have help like you guys did from the Vij. When the first time I was learning N10, I had to learn via Chat GPT. But don't worry. I'll announce about the certificate and resources once again. But thank you so much, Divij, for a wonderful session once again on N10. And I'll hope I see you soon.
Perfect. So all the best, folks. I hope you will build something interesting. Thank you, everyone.
All right, lovely. So, folks, now comes to your resources and your bonuses. So I'm gonna stop the chat now. I'm gonna help you with your resources as well, but I'm gonna take 2 minutes of your time. Okay. I'm gonna share my screen. I hope you guys can see my screen. Open the chat once again. Can you guys see my screen? Okay, great. So, with this, we do come to an end, the final of your mastermind. I just want to congratulate you and say kudos for completing it and staying till the end. Can we have kudos in the chat for yourself because you stayed up till the end? You spent 2 days with us and you've taken back so much. Yes. Do you guys feel energized more, or you feel like, I've learned so much, I want to learn more? Do you guys feel that I'm much better compared to 2 days before where I was and what I am today? I have changed so much. I have learned so much. Do you guys feel that? Yes. So now what are the next steps? We'll get to the next steps now before I get into your questions. All right. So we have some exciting news for everyone. We always have some exciting news, and we also have some bonuses. So bonus one, you will get extensive workbooks for you able to practice. We've already shared you the workbooks. We've shared you a roadmap, an entire AI generalist roadmap just for you in the Google Drive that has already been shared. I will share it once again. Do not worry. But yes, we will share it. Okay, don't worry. Bonus two. Now, before I get to bonus two, I want to remind you guys about something that I mentioned in the start of the day as well, and yesterday also mentioned by Funny that we were not going to be able to provide you recordings, and we were recording only for our internal and training purposes. The reason behind that was we wanted you guys to attend live, but guess what, folks? We lied. I am going to give you the recordings. There is no other reason for me to record it. Now, I know you were thinking, why did I do this? But it was a small white lie. Okay, this is a very small white lie that we did. And the reason for that was because I mentioned, sometimes we have a nature of procrastinating. If I told you on your day one, if I told you on the start that, hey, you know what, I'm going to give you the recordings, there's a high chance you would have not attended all the sessions live. There's a high chance you would have not stayed till the end and you would have missed a lot of things. You got the recordings, you would have waited and never saw it, right? So was I wrong in doing this lie? Were we wrong in doing this a small white lie? No, it's fair, right? Yes, exactly. By the way, just a heads up that the recordings will be shared. The recordings will be shared in the next 3 days. Why? Because, well, that much time is what it takes for Zoom to download everything, process it, and send it to us. Okay. So I'm just giving a heads up where you'll get the recordings on the same drive link that I've shared multiple times. You will find the recordings in the next 3 days. That is 72 hours. So before 72 hours, no one will ask me for recordings. No one will ask me about resources because you already shared that. Yes? Aligned? Yes, folks, aligned? Can I go ahead? Okay, great. Have to give me 1 second. Okay. So yes, like I mentioned, we are giving you the recordings, and I hope you guys use it and keep practicing with it as well. Go through it once again later on. Now, coming to the gift that this we provide is not just to you, but to your friends as well. This is a referral that we have. I'll share it as well, but before that, yeah. So this is a referral. It's pretty simple. You have to put your name and your email. As simple as that. Join the challenge. This is a very fun challenge where you can also win a lot of things. All right. It's very simple to do. And we'll give you points based on your referrals and tasks. And you'll be like, Karthik, what will you do with these points? There's a chance you can win a laptop, iPad, phone, and you can get access to our courses as well. So all of this comes with the points. All you have to do is, by the way, all of you guys will have your own unique invitation links. That is how we know that you have referred someone and you are winning. You have to just go here, copy it, and share it with your friends who can join. You can take the AI plunge, paste your URL here, you go to the LinkedIn post, you can literally just go here, click here, create your LinkedIn post, create your batch, and do it and paste the link here also to submit the pledge. Next, make a graduation post. You can create your graduation post over here. You can submit this task. Create smart YouTube summaries. How to go about it. We've given you step to step. You can paste it over here. Build an web app with Claude. You have understood Claude, how it works. Now, how to build a web application with the steps have been given. Now, we have mentioned Replit here. For anyone who wants to use Replit can use Replit as well and submit. So this is the referral form. All right. I'm going to be sharing with everyone. Oh wait, I copied the wrong link. Yeah. This is your referral link. All right. I hope that is clear now. Now for certificates. People who are asking me for certificates as well, I'm going to share something called as a certificate generator with every one of you. But only on one promise, I will share that you will not be sharing it outside and only use to generate your own certificate and not given to anyone. Can I get that promise? That I'm sharing a generator and you will use it just for your certificate and nothing else. Promise? I'm trusting you guys. All right. I've shared the certificate generator as well. You can just go there and create your certificate. Okay. All right. That being said, so in during the lunch, it's okay. You can mention your school, college names as well. By the way, during lunch, while I was playing the video, a lot of you guys mentioned that you wanted to keep the seats open because you wanted to do it post lunch. You were eating food and all those things. So just giving you a very quick heads up. Okay, I'm gonna pause the chat. Yeah, just giving a quick heads up that I have kept around 3 to 4 seats open. I forgot the name. I think it was Rahul or someone who mentioned that they wanted to book their seats for the accelerator. So, team, if you could just share the link in the chat for booking their slot for accelerator. Yeah, okay, wow. Team have already shared it. So, if anyone who was waiting to book their slot for the engineer for the accelerator or for the engineering accelerator, either of it they want to go for, you can go and block your slot on this link. All right. Someone is asking for. Okay, I'm gonna stop the chat because there are a few folks who are losing the link. Team, can we share both the links? The first one being the Calendly booking link, and the second one being the booking link for Accelerator program. So yes, this is after scholarship, folks. So you get it for like 1,95,000 for the fellowship. Is if you get selected, you get that scholarship. If you don't get selected, well, you don't get into the program. But if you go through a website, it's at 3.5 lakhs. Or if you're from outside India, it's around $10,000. Why there's a difference in price? Because we work with something called as price per parity. But yeah, that's the scholarship. And yes, we do provide EMI options. We have around 6 months of flexible EMI option for the fellowship program, where I already mentioned whenever there's an interest charge, that extra interest charge is what we take the bear for. NSC certificate is not for the mastermind. NSC certificate is for fellowship and accelerator. If you're part of that, if you complete the entire 1 year of the programs, that is when you receive it. So in your accelerator, it is 14 days of learning and then weekly sessions. In fellowship, it's every weekend session for the next 6 months, and then you have weekly sessions for the next 6 months. Okay, referral link is what someone is asking me. I'm going to share that again. Yeah, this is the referral link, folks. I've shared in the chat. I'm now just taking a couple of questions. Oh, someone is asking me about refund policy. If you're not sure that you want to learn, you want to grow with us, I would say do not even go for it. Don't even try. Because we only want those people who are really, really sure that they want to learn, they want to grow in terms of generative AI. So if you are thinking about the refund from the start, then I'm not sure if this is the right thing for you. But irrespective, just to give you a heads up that folks, there are people like Dilip, Divij, Vaibhav, me, Funny, and a lot of others who keep on working on these programs. And the fellowship one, why now someone asked me why is the 6 months live? Why don't you just do recording? Because the program changes certain times because AI changes. Like if you imagine AI, what it was 6 months ago and what it is today, it has already changed so much in 6 months. So we also keep evolving our sessions as we go and our content library as well. Will we get the tools? Yes, the same tools you will receive within fellowship also, the generalist fellowship. Again, if any student is thinking to block, do not block it. For any student, either of the programs, I would say no. You have the time, you have the bandwidth. We've given you the entire roadmap. Use it. Uh, Durga, I would say not always, but sometimes based on person to person, if the candidate is really good, then yes. You can book your slot and you can see if that is something that they can do. No, a forward deployed engineer and an AI generalist is not the same. They are different. In the Claude free trial, no, I'm not. We are not sharing any free trials for Claude per se. For people who are asking about 100% scholarship, no. We cannot do the 100% scholarship because if you want to keep having such sessions as well, where we are getting mentors like Dilip, Divij, Vaibhav, and the others, we need to make sure that we are also running, right? If I give you 100% scholarship, I give it to you for free, uh, then how will I run the organization, right? So at the end of the day, we also will be running, being very blunt. Okay, I'm going to stop the chat. No more bonuses. All the bonuses that I had, I already shared. I mentioned about the resources. I've shared the drive link. Recordings will also be provided to you guys, and recordings will be uploaded in the next 72 hours. So before Wednesday evening or Wednesday EOD, no one will be asking about recordings or resources because they will be shared on the drive. Referral link has been shared with you. You can refer your friends. The more you refer, the more points you get, the more chance you get to win as well. Can you share the referral link and opting for the program links? Team, please share the program links. I'm sharing the referral link. Team will share the enrollment links to anyone who was interested who had asked. Sorry, I scrolled. I forgot your name. Rewards of the challenge. Yeah, if you keep doing challenges, if you complete the challenges, you'll get the reward. But the challenge once done, then what you'll do, right? So that's where referral comes into place. Anyone was asking, okay, no, I'm gonna skip that. Any resource that you have not received so far in the drive link is something that will be uploaded along with the recordings in the next 72 hours. Can I share the roadmap again? Folks, the roadmap is in the drive link. In the drive link itself, the roadmap is present. If you want, I'll show you once again. It is the drive link that I've just shared. Once you open it, you see a roadmap to become an AI generalist. Just open this. The roadmap is right here. All right. Okay. Yeah, we do keep updating sessions based on AI as well. Like if you've seen whatever we've spoken also today, we keep updating with AI. That is something that we have to do anyways, yes. Yes, Pratik, to the question to answer asking is yes, we do have for that category also. But if you want, you can also block your slot for the with coding track automatically. If you're interested in the accelerator for engineering, you can block it on this. When the team gets in touch with you, you can mention that you want to shift into the engineering. They'll help you with that. So whoever's asked, yeah, folks. So we have upgraded the session. We had automation and it today. Who am I? Okay, someone is asking who am I? I'll just share my LinkedIn also. Folks, I am Senior Growth Manager at Outskill, and that is what my role is, and this is my LinkedIn. Whoever was asking. No, Funny was actually a little under the weather, so he asked me to take over today. That's why I'm here. Yeah, for anyone who has no questions, who doesn't want to discuss anything, can leave. That's completely fine. But make sure you have the referral link, make sure you have the certificate generator link, make sure you have the resources link. Any particular resource that you've not received. I repeat, any resource you've not received, you'll receive it in the next 72 hours, along with your drive link. Okay, I'm not answering the same questions. Someone's asking, like, in terms of accelerator, do you guys take it from basics? Yeah, so the point of accelerator is taking you from 0 to 1 as well, right? To make sure that we help you understand the basic in terms of concepts as well, and then taking it to intermediate and going ahead. Currently, Atharva, we are not for the first 50 seats. I'm not sure how many seats have happened. I have to check with the team. The first 50 seats, we are not charging that 5,000 for the interview. Okay, so someone who's saying that because they don't know, they know Java and they want to get into engineering accelerator, is it okay if you don't know Python? So for the engineering accelerator, we generally do a small base camp where we take you through the basics of Python, which is necessary for the program. So if you are someone who's coded in Java, trust me, Python will not be difficult. You should be able to cope up. The roadmap file might not be opening because there are thousands of people who might be going at the same time. I've just shared it. So it's okay. You can load in sometime. Okay, someone is asking for the certificate. The certificate generator is here. Yeah, here you go. I already shared it once again. No, we don't have any session tomorrow. This is the AI Mastermind. We do not have any sessions tomorrow. Yeah, so we have updated the schedule as well. Like I mentioned in the start of the call, we had an attend for today's session. All right. Folks, I think so. The bookings are done. Uh, yeah, I'll upload everything on the drive. The booking is done. So I think so the calendar link will be stopped now. This is the non-tech professional sessions. So for resources, someone is asking, why do we take 72 hours, folks? Zoom takes a lot of time to process the entire recordings. Now, the recordings are not short, right? They are hours and hours long. So they will process it, they will send it, and then we will upload it. That is why it takes that much time. And that's why I said within the next 72 hours. Within the 72 hours. Yeah, we are done with today's sessions. We do not actually help in terms of building tools per se. No, we don't do that, but we help in learning, which should be able to help you building. But yeah, personally, we are not uh, like training to build tools or sitting and building tools for you. We don't do that. Is Python easy? If you've done coding before Python, I would not say it's easy. Nothing would be easy. Could be different for different people, but it could be easier compared to if you've done Java, if you've done all the other different programming languages. No link for resources, folks. Okay. The drive link, which I've mapped as resources. Someone who's understands. See, if you can go through the Python Basecamp, we provide a lot of recordings for Python also in Engineering Accelerator, which you can go through, and we also do 1 or 2 live sessions for Python revision, because there are a lot of folks who have like 10, 15 years of experience who have not coded in the last 5, 6 years. So them also we do like a refresher kind of a thing before we start. Uh, about the reward of the challenge. If you're completing, you'll get the reward points. Then you can redeem those points. And if you are in the top, you can get a chance of winning laptop, phone, tab, etc. All right. Team Zaman is again asking me for the links. Please share it in the chat for the last time. I'm so sorry. Oh, this is the last time we are sharing the same links. All right. Okay, I've shared it. Okay, that's it from my side as well. It's been a pleasure hosting you guys. I hope you have taken something incredible back home. Just want to make sure that you guys you'll keep learning in terms of AI, irrespective if you join the program, irrespective if you don't join the program. There is one promise that I want from each and every one of you. There are still over 2,000 people on the call. I want one promise from each and every one of you, and that promise is that you will not stop learning in terms of AI, irrespective with whomever, or if alone or on YouTube. You will keep growing. You will keep practicing in terms of AI. And can I get that promise, folks? Yes. Pratik, you can just go on a website. On a website, you'll be able to find that out. There is on our website also. You can just go and register there. Yes. Someone's asking me about how should I search about jobs. If you want to search about jobs, you want to search about a particular area about particular something, you can use something called as Apify API key. Put it on Claude. Give it an idea of what you wanted to search, which area, which kind of companies, what kind of roles. It will go and scrape. You can also use it to scrape from LinkedIn. The interview price was removed for the first 50 people who was asking, and I think so it's done. So if you want to block, um, okay, if you really want to block, I'll open 5 seats. Team, just open 5 seats, please, on the back end so that someone mentioned they want to block. Uh, what I will say is, Gurpreet, that irrespective of the age, today AI is something that's become essentials for everyone, irrespective of how old you are. Because so in the last cohort also, in the last engineering accelerator cohort, actually, we had someone who was around 72 years old. And trust me, he was the one with his camera on throughout the 14 days. He was the one who was the most active. And yeah, so I would say age is just a number. It's just about how dedicated you are in terms of learning and you want to grow or not. Someone's asking, can I build a personal assistant like Jerry? Yeah, you can. Anyone can build that if you know how to go about it. Folks, if you're asking what to paste in the referral part, you can just go read to it. You'll be able to get it. Please do not spam the chat. All right. No, Mayur, we are not providing API keys also. We'll be providing the tools, the same tools that you're doing in the accelerator, the same one we'll also provide in fellowship per se, and we'll go deeper into it. But no, we are not providing in terms of any API keys. Okay, this is the last time I'm sharing the link. Someone mentioned they want to see me in the fellowship. Sure, if you join in, I'll see you. Yeah. So any resource, any GPT, anything that has not been shared with you will be shared with you in the next 72 hours, within the next 72 hours. Thank you so much, Adesh. I'll take it as a compliment. Uh, and for the last time, folks, I want to, okay, there's something exciting that I want to show you. Give me 1 second. Okay. Before I get into it, so a lot of you guys have been asking me about the image and video. Do you guys want a session on image and video? Yes. You sure you want it? All right. So just for you folks, we have planned a session tomorrow. We are this is the first time I think this is happening. We are planning a session tomorrow for you folks at 7 p.m. IST, where we'll do a session on image and video that you guys wanted. Because a lot of folks mentioned it in the chat. We spoke with the team, we got it done, and we'll have that session tomorrow at 7 p.m. We'll share the joining link and the details on your community as well. But crazy, excited now. Are you guys happy? You're getting more than what we have promised. Yes, this is one thing that we love to do at Outskill, and that is provide bonuses and deliver more than we promise. All right. All right. Lovely. I'm gonna stop. Okay. Someone is saying I'll become the next web assistant. Lovely. You should. By the way, why do you want to become next web assistant? Become your own first person and beat him also. All right. Yeah, I know it was already promised, but yeah, I think so. We gave more in terms of end-to-end automations. Please send. Okay, okay, I'm sending. Okay, folks, I think that's it from my side as well. Just 1 second. One more thing I wanted to show you. No, that actually we'll show you tomorrow. I wanna leave some bonuses for tomorrow as well, right? Like if I give you the bonus today only, then what will be the fun? So let's give some bonuses for tomorrow. I'll show you guys that tomorrow as well. But folks, you made the promise to me and you've told me that you will never stop and you will keep growing irrespective of anything. So please keep that promise and take care till tomorrow. We'll see you guys again at 7 p.m. IST. Till that time, take care. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending from where you guys are joining in. And I hope you guys join in tomorrow as well. What is the link for the Outskill AI agent for these sessions programs? Yeah, we cover agents in our programs also. All right. No, folks, there is nothing left anything for today as well. I think we'll close it a little earlier today so that you guys can rest, you guys can practice. The time is over does not mean you go and now get lazy. I don't want you to get lazy. I want you guys to practice. Make sure what you've learned so far in terms of vibe coding, in terms of anything, you go and you practice and you build. When you build, I've shared my LinkedIn. You can also tag me. You can tag Outskill. Would love to see what you guys are also building after what you've learned. All right. Tomorrow it'll be from around 7 to 10:30 approximately. All right. I hope that answers those questions. Thank you so much, folks, once again for a great day. And I hope if someone's asking for the roadmap, folks, the roadmap is already shared in the resource file. Take care. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, depending from where you guys are joining in. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 7 p.m., folks. Bye bye.